it live now? That's a new way to do it. Sound, you hear me? Looks to be live, right? That was weird, it didn't start correctly first, but I think it was now, right? Live now? Yes, good. There we go. Let's see if it works here on my folder, so it's fine. Yes, that does look fine. Bam, baby. Okay, let's play some Zelda. And just a second, sorry, the chat. Easy if I do this thing here. Press this button here. Get some ad. Yeah, but yeah, also go to your own chat or on stream, whatever. There's stuff. Well, here we go. Bam, it's coming after the Demon Slayer review and so on. There we go. Bam, so of course, here. Time for more Zelda. Best game of our lifetime, right? Let's do the first temple or dungeon, whatever you call it, or is it actually? I think it's over here, right? It's over there. Let's try that direction here. Oh yeah, it might be that thing over there. Yeah, but that wasn't the yesterday, okay? In my defense, that wasn't the yesterday. But yeah, so I'm excited now, because I want to see the first dungeon. I know it's called temple, whatever. I will probably refer to dungeon, because this is what we call it, you know, most video games call it dungeon, right? But I know it's called, of course, Lighting Temple. Okay, yeah, here we go. This is how we ended last stream. So we got a little Noelle with us. I probably keep calling her Lighting Noelle. Yeah, now I lost the math doesn't work here, but I think this is the right math. So, like I talked about yesterday, right? Haven't really been spoiled and so on. So I don't know how this temple is gonna be compared to the previous ones, but you know, this I feel is, I agree with people, I suppose, generally speaking, right, that the temples in the last expansion, so to speak, or whatever you call it, even with expansion, yeah, even with the mastery and so on, that's probably what people want the most, right? People probably the most wanted to have better, yeah, dungeons or temples or whatever. Here we go. Okay, where am I? Where is it? Oh my god, you can't see anything. Okay, there it is. It's like a cigarette, definitely. Yeah, it's a classic South American design. So there's a boss out here. This is the last thing in last stream now. If you open up the door, there's like zombie queen appears, right? And I didn't have any arrows, so she felt really hard without arrows. So I was like, whatever, let's drop the stream there, right? So I quit. No, but it was like, whatever. Here we go. Yeah, Queen Gerudo. Because if you talk to Ridyu, yeah, she's just lighting thing, right? You really need this thing to hurt the boss. Oh shit. Can I aim in her like this? There we go. Yeah, just press away, right? Whoa, that was fast as it was to be. Sitting next to you, woman. Where did it go? It's always fun. Video games are stupid. Yeah, you're like, where did it go? Huh? Where did it go, Link? It's like literally next to you. Where did it go, man? Oh, oh, jump. Oh, this is weird. Oh. For sure. How do you? Honestly. Oh, I see. No, she also takes damage. Okay. Here we go. Last time I had no arrows yesterday. That was really possible. Oh, it's... Yeah, I pressed the wrong button. That was me. Yeah, I think. Let me see. Just being ranged, right? Yeah, that one hit it. What's this? No? How high is it? What? Man, this is hard to avoid this boss. Maybe I suck at the game. No, but yeah, I did the jump. I didn't do the perfect jump, but I was like... Pretty sure it should be the lightning, right? But I thought I had it there. It was hard to get how far the lightning distance was from the boss. I need my energy ring. Early morning here. Need to get up, man. Monday, baby. Ah, there we go. This is my Monday morning now. Yeah. And I wake up right, play some Zelda. Usually I get up in the morning and I play StarCraft, honestly. Yeah. To this day, right, I like to play something when I get up in the morning. Any kind of game, right? Get me started. I have to be video game, but usually. But watching video, whatever, right? But I like to wake up and play like a hard video game usually. So something like StarCraft, you know, something else, it could be League or whatever. But the first one like StarCraft, and I really, you know, get up in the morning. Okay, like my brain kind of starts from that, right? But where the hell? Why are I inside the temple for? Let's run around with the wind things. But yeah, that's kind of my morning ritual. I'll do a video about that one day, my morning ritual. But usually it's like get up, put on a video game, honestly, right? Yeah, like it's still StarCraft 2 then, to this day. But, wait, I was so far away from it. Weird. But it can be other games too, right? So, for example, soon we have C56 coming, which I am probably honestly more excited for C56 than I am for this game actually. I mean, I love Zelda. I play every Zelda game ever. I think I played basically every Zelda game. Maybe I haven't played some of the spin-offs like Hyrule Warriors 2 or something. Maybe. I have played the first one. I was calling it Kilometer something. I think I have almost played every Zelda game. One game I haven't actually played, when I think about it, I haven't played those weird CD games. You know, those visual games? Right? Zelda CD, right? I have seen, of course, videos about them. Like Angry Video Game Nerd and so on. What's going on? Zelda CD, right? The weird one with the one is like really, really fugly. I'll show. If you don't know what I'm talking about, I'll show here. The first time I saw this thing, right? I didn't think it was real. The first time I saw this thing on like some YouTube video, I think it was Angry Video Game Nerd. I didn't think it was real, you know, this thing. Yeah, I didn't think it was real. The first time I saw this, I was like, oh yeah, funny video, man. He clearly paid someone to make this ugly animation. It's so incredibly ugly, yeah. Like, but it's actually real, yeah. CD Zelda, yeah, to, what's it constant called now again? The Legend of Zelda CD game. It's just called that. Oh yeah, compact disc. That's what it stands for. Compact disc. Who owned that company? Philips? Philips and Sony. Yeah. Legend of Zelda. It's so ugly. But anyway, this is probably the only Zelda game I haven't played, I think. Yeah, I think that's like the only Zelda games I haven't played at all. Maybe some other spin-off, but I think I've played all. I even played like the 4-player one. You know, even the first Minish Cup we played 4-player because that was kind of when I was in college, so we could all get like the what's it called, the different stuff and so on. We had all stuff, right? But yeah, I haven't played those games. I think I played every Zelda game. But I also played a lot of Street Fighter. Well, I don't know. I mean, I love this game, right? But I also imagine just talking about like getting up in the morning and playing a few rounds of Street Fighter. That's gonna be probably my routine, right? In this year, probably. That's maybe my next, you know, multiplayer game to play, right? I took the first, right? That's it. Where is she? Where's the princess? There she is. There we go, princess. Shoot at it! Shoot at it! My God, princess! Freaking scary, man. She is exactly like Noelle. Like I said yesterday, she is goddamn Noelle. Yeah, she's just like, well, my aim. Should I do something? Throw your goddamn attack, woman. Some random food. I think it's a better weapon. I get my claymore going.
The other
Yeah, this time I won't fall for that. Let's take a mid when it's up.
Nothing but sand wherever we look. Where did it go? Are you okay?
Okay, it has like no knockback. I don't know what I have a knockback for, but okay. Yeah, no knockback. Maybe we should try something else, bomb barrels. And think about it, it probably is like the smaller one, so it's probably against like electric arrows. Right, yeah, there we go. Electric arrows and fire arrows. Yeah, there we go. Where is she? Whoop. But I think I get it now, yeah. So earlier I was trying to kind of dodge it by like, you know, doing the dodge evade, right? But it's better to use a run, yeah, it's better to use a run, right? You can't, this guy's too big to like dodge him. It's better to, yeah, do like a timed run instead, I think. Okay, I need to run now anyway, but whatever, run. Let's see, try a bomb then. I think so we can bomb too. Bomb and electric. Yeah, that did a little damage. Exactly, because we can fire, right? Just like the... Yeah. Oh! It... Hopeless. Huh. Half-life? Maybe this is the real boss, maybe he escapes this stuff. I just feel this is the boss of the temple of Dungeon, right? Maybe he's just gonna like run away, you know, and return later, right? Maybe it transforms something. Interesting. I think that's yeah, I think it is the actual boss, right? But that's a cool design. I like that. That's a nice thing. Yeah, I like that idea. You know, it's not like it usually is, right? No, instead of having like, you know, you go into the temple to do the boss, right? Here instead we fight the boss twice, right? I mean, it's not like a unique thing for video games, but I like that. Yeah, it's not, you know, make it a little different. Yeah, let's go inside. But from a story aspect, it makes more sense because I was surprised that the queen kind of arrived, right? Because she felt like she was the big ass boss, so to speak. Yeah, it's weird that she would be outside the temple. Then I maybe be the king inside. I don't know, but there's a kind of zombie hive mind, so wouldn't you expect the queen to be the boss and not the king or something? Whatever. Here we go. Okay, first temple in the game that I played then. Obviously, you can play it any direction you want, right? I suppose. Use like the previous games. Yeah, I'm excited to see now, as I mentioned, right? Because I really want to see how this part is different compared to the previous game, of course. Okay, so maybe there we go. Somebody's behind us. Okay. So they are electric weak. Let's see. Fire. There we go. She can maybe shoot the lightning at them. There we go. But anyway, this is probably like a fan thing. Does they have my fans up? No. Let's see. I got a fan out. So you can use a fan of this. Alright, we can yeah. There we go. That's pretty straightforward, but yeah, this is the entrance. I guess vi skjuter torch där. I guess it's kind of zombie. I mean, yeah, the Queen's like game right? It's kind of zombie, so I feel like the horror themed. I guess she follows the whole dungeon. So that's probably the thing late in the game as well, right? You have the other people helping you. Okay. You can move it also. What's that? Okay, flamethrowers. Oh! Oh no! Jump up! Okay, yeah. Was into the first trap immediately. Oh, shit. That being said, I don't know if you could actually avoid this trap. Maybe. Huh. But yeah, I don't think... We can obviously go up again on it. What is underneath it, right? That's what I'm thinking. Nothing. I played too much Elden Ring. And I was like, what's underneath the thing? It's always like... It's always the Elden Ring mindset. Maybe something is hiding under it. Like, yeah, we're gonna lift it up, man. There's a knife. It's probably better than some random club or something. Yeah. Okay, why not? But am I stuck here now? Oh, wait, okay, fast down again. Okay. Ooh, yeah, these things. We was watching some Demon Slayer there, yeah, some Demon Slayer feel to it. We get in that the wind feather thing. So you can create this, yeah.
These flames make it impossible to go further.
Yeah, we can push it into the fire thing. I looked at Nesco, you know, earlier today. Nesco styling it. He won't die, I guess. Good enough. Okay, but can you like... Let's see. So we have the stuff down there otherwise. Yeah, what if you just take it with us? Right. Touch that. Yeah. We ska se my plan here, of course. Okay. So what is stopping it? I don't know, what it's like blocking it on the side on. What item, right? Weird. Oh, maybe it's angled, damn it. So you can't do it? There we go. Yes. nice.
Hey, the flames have gone out. Now we can move ahead.
Yes. I was supposed to do something else? I don't know. But I don't know. Maybe it was not a solution to it. If it actually expected me to like do something else there. Oh shit. Okay. A lot of fire in this dungeon.
What? Fireballs now?
Yeah, good comment.
Looks like we're stuck again.
I agree with her. Huh, I kinda wanna see what's out here though. Nothing here. Suspicious. Wait, I'll go up again. Uh-oh. I guess I can use... No, that won't work too much either. Uh-oh. Am I stuck down here now? Can't even... Throw me a rope or something. She thought I jumped down here. Climb then. But okay, how do... And they explode, it looks like. Yeah, so what if you use a kind of ice... hopefully I have like an ice weapon on me. Let's see... A diamond, something that makes ice. No? That's like water. That did not help. Maybe I have wind actually will help here. So I'm out of ice, right? I think I took my ice yesterday. Like the straight up ice. Okay, we have a little bit white sugar, let's try it. That worked. Oh my god! That did not work. I thought that was gonna be, you know, like a blocking or something, but no. That did not work. I don't have food on me. Yeah, it makes me order rock. Okay, but we need to know that the ice thing will work. Yeah. Yeah, but okay, that still doesn't help you. Whatever, so I ignore it and take a lot of damage. But okay, you can use the fire team, but...
I'm on my way, Link.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's mostly for her sake. Okay, it's a lot of traps in this dungeon. Oh, let's see, lightning. You know, maybe you could sort this better, like why... Most used, yeah. Yeah, check weapon. Maybe like let's see. Where's it? There it is. I mean, I guess it's one of those summoning things in the middle. Well, probably. I see, no, it's okay. Maybe I have to activate it somehow. Yeah. Like now, probably. No? So it's one of those zombie things. Maybe to spawn them somehow. It's sand flowing on it. Yeah. Okay, maybe that protects us all. Bow, that's nice. Rifle bow, why not? So now maybe it works. There we go. Yeah, it's a spawn zombies first. Accidentally activated her. Yeah, press on her while I was moving in the temple. Whatever. But yeah, that's the thing, right? You have to activate that all the time. Room of hope. Nice. Trigger again then. So you can probably also kill that robot. I mean, you expect, right? Yeah. Okay, I didn't actually kill it, but still though. Okay, quite tank actually. Out of arrows again. Okay. Yeah, this does use a lot of arrows. Come on! Oh, it was like the last arrow. That was a new move he had. Yeah, he kind of like... Yeah, he kind of landed there, right? It's like an earthquake stomp. But this guy himself has arrows, so you get that back. He probably drops arrows too. The game is very generous when you start again, very much so. Yeah, that's the thing. Oh my god, it's so powerful! It's like, I survived with 1 health. Man, I kinda wanna waste some best food though. That boss later, right? Oh, of course, now it. Yeah, and then air for him, right? Come on. There you go, fire arrows. Whoa! That scared me. Jesus. Oh my god. That was scary. That was seriously scary when he like jumped over me. Yeah, that was gonna scary in the hill there. But he had a lot of good items. Yeah. But maybe it was powerful though, yeah, he like took like some hearts there. Just had one little quarter heart left there. So good I bought some more hearts than last time I was the goddess statue. Okay, so there we go. We have the mirror thing there. That's maybe a chest or something. Okay, so there's a fan. I only have 2 fans left though. Yay. Something there. It was not an enemy. I was wondering if it was an enemy or not. It was a goddamn enemy. Oh, I see a flame thrower. Oh, come on. I was like, is that an enemy that's out? Oh. He probably goes great drops though. God damn it. Jesus Christ, man. That was mean. I should be more paranoid. Yeah, it was an enemy. I wonder if the game is like saving his defeated now. So what? This is weird in the game. It feels like it saved half what happened. Given its damage, we do need to have full health, right? To survive it. Whoa. No splash. Too far away now, so pick up arrow, talk to lady.
Here we go.
Damn it. Yes. See? Perfect strategy. We have some really good loot, right? So. Yeah, but they have this like captain name, right? It's like a level 3 captain. Now, of course, I do kind of want to fight the flamethrower guy, but yeah, I don't know. Some good loot. So we need a mirror. Oh. There we go. We should aim. There we go. Rocks, yeah. First floor. But this dungeon definitely feels more like a dungeon more on the Zelda side. It feels more massive so far, but let's see. I mean, if we suddenly use ends, I'm gonna be disappointed. But it does feel more like a dungeon. And the previous one was an elephant thing, right? All these animals, and the structure was kind of weird and so on. And this feels more like a typical like Zelda dungeon. Enemies and. It's like a shrine portal, but that's a shrine here. Let me use a teleport. Oh, I see. Or needs more power, right? Yeah, it's like three different like lines in there, so they probably power it up somehow, right? Something like that.
Daughter of the Gerudo. This platform connects to the very top of this temple. Use your power to charge the 4 batteries, and it will function once more.
We need all the 4. Yep.
Heed my words.
Maybe it's a sage then. Yeah, maybe the voice isn't Zelda, right? Maybe it's like the first, because isn't her ancestor like the first, you know, lighting stage or whatever, right? So that seems more likely then. But yeah, the structure of this dungeon does feel more like the old ones. I mean, like, you know, Link to the Past or whatever, Ocarina of Time and so on. It feels less like the weird animal things that do some pass. This is more like a more combative and so on, as well, right? Oh, we got a mirror, I think. A shield. Come on, girl. It's weaker than the last one. Half his life on that immediately. Oh, no arrows again? Ah, come on. Whoop. Let's see. Why do they have no arrows? To break his shield with. Yeah, get more wind, right? Wasn't that? Oh, come on. The game was like partially completed, so it...
I'll leave that area to you, Link.
She's like, I can't follow that. Oh, I see. Well, let's start with where that guy was, right? Which is like here. Yeah. Still have no arrows. Let's see. This one. Flame. Sounds better. Yeah. Okay. What do I do here then? Yeah, I don't really see any behind it. No. It's nothing there. Like well, yeah, the ceiling looks very red. So this is one of the generators, I guess. Can I go into it somehow? Huh. That ceiling looks very pieces right over it. As a flamethrowers. Let's see. I guess you probably should, yeah, you probably jump down right through the flamethrowers from the floor over it. That's probably how to do. I think a reasonable, I guess. Mission Impossible style, like going down. Waste this weapon too much. Oof, here we go, arrows. Oh yeah, look at that. That's a light source. But we need the light to begin with though. Okay. So the wind coming there. Something else, no lamp. But we need a light source. Something to create well, there's not a lot of arrows here. Okay, another light source. Okay, there she ends. Yeah, I guess she can't go further here. I kind of want to go under here, so it looks like a door. Yeah. Is that bar away? That's a door. Okay, so that's this Christ game. There's a wind. Yeah, there it is. Okay, so it's like fly. Let's see, fly like that, right? Yeah, it is. Oh, okay. Not in the wind. Okay, there we go. Yeah, let me fly this. Yes. Oh! But this is another. Oh, here we go. Yeah, this is kind of similar to why I also had this in the elephant, right? It's fitting for the desert. Ah, there we go. Light source, of course. I mean, I assume it works sometimes. Does the light fly through these two? It doesn't, right? Yeah, we have to rewind them. Exactly, you need to like rewind them so they have like a. Let's see. Yeah, you need to time them up together, right? So they can always. Whatever. Like, it doesn't look bad, but. No, I can see what you do. You have to time them correctly, right? I like this thing in the game here. Yeah, I like this idea of using the time warp to like control. This thing is pretty cool in the game. Yeah, this thing because you have to like kind of control. A bit of addition to the game. The way you use a time warp to like control angles, right? Say control clocks or whatever. So you have to realign them and so on. I think it's a nice game design that I can speak. No, but I like this thing, yeah. This is one of the best new features, I think. So now we need to align it, right? Like that, maybe? So it's been on the same time. Here we go. Alright, so we do this thing. There we go, yeah, there we go. Right. I like this idea, yeah. It's a simple yet cool idea, right? So to speak. That's probably the coolest way I think of time warping side, like, you know, platforming, go back or whatever, right? But I like this idea more how you can throw objects to like align something else, change their pattern and so on. Yeah, and now we're getting the light out here. So we get the light out to the rest of the stuff, right? Exactly. But it's neat. It's really neat, baby. Hiccups. Okay.
This thing is going to be a
Yeah, but this seems straightforward, right?
problem.
He's used maybe we destroy it though. Interesting. No, it works. I don't know. Pretty straightforward. Yeah. I see another like. Oh. Yeah, it doesn't have me. Where's the lady? Oh, is she afraid now? Ah, okay. Disappointing. Can't be too easy, I guess. Ah, there's one more. It helps her to get over.
Hey, the trap is disabled. We can get past now. Here we go.
He won't come. Yeah, let's first like. Slow arrows. Oh yeah, I haven't used this thing before. The pike thing. I have one, but I haven't. It says for build houses. See. It's rotating down there. Okay. I could probably change a better bow. What's that? Does that something? Okay. Light source. I just need to jump down there to like free this light source and then affect it over there. So hopefully there's no enemies down here. See, so you get the pokes there, right? Not a light source there. That weapon. Go. Okay. Right, we're gonna direct it there. that up instead. Where's the hole? Can I climb this one? Let's see. Same thing here, of course. Maybe the... I see. This is interesting. So maybe have to move the... this thing down. Oh, I can't. There we go. Yes. Oh. Drop it. Can I turn this off? Maybe I can't turn it off. Yeah, what did this thing do? I mean, I guess you could use them also for this thing, right? Yeah, your like control is stronger than its push. First battery, I guess. Oh yeah, where the shoot it right. Back at this. There we go. Yeah, force and the source.
So this is one of the batteries. It seems to have absorbed my... Alright, 3 left.
It does feel that this temple is much grander, bigger than the elephant was, right? Now, of course, maybe this is the biggest temple, right? I don't know the comparison to the other three, or whatever. Or the might also be temples outside this 4, right? Whatever. But there can be 1 temple per element, right? Obviously, but yeah, more as well, but they also feel much more combat, right? I think that's a big thing too, because I'm just thinking back. I haven't replayed Breath of the Wild in a few years, but I mean, I'm thinking of the first like elephant thing in Gerudo. So like I can only remember like being 1 enemy, which is actually a boss, right? So, do you remember how to fight that thing? You got with the elephant, you can use this trunk, right, to make this water come, and yeah. It's clearly like a mirror there. I see. Yeah, you can rotate. Okay, you can't rotate them? No. You can move them. Yeah. Well, okay, it's stuck in a... okay. Well, you need to get light in somehow, right? And then you... yeah, you always need to get light in here. So that's light there. Let's see. So you rotate them around. Okay. There was some light source here, wasn't it? On distance with a light source. Might be the wind. Yeah, they're in the middle. Okay. Oh yeah, I see it now. You can climb in between them. Between the two fires. Yeah. In between that, right? Oh, whoa! Got it. Oh. Not a big deal, but clumsy. Yeah, you can climb in here, right? I see, I see. Ah, is it sunlight, I guess? No. Let's call it natural light then. Don't see that at all. Here we go. A lot of stuff in here. So two of these. Oh. You have to construct it probably with the rock, right? Yeah. This is pretty obvious, like we have to make like a little stand like this, right? Yeah. And then that. Yeah, this seems very obvious. Exactly. Now we get the lighting. So in the middle. Can't. So, okay. Maybe it's the other one, right? Thought it was that one, but yeah, maybe it's the one that is closest to it? That will probably block it, maybe. Huh. Is it this one then? Oh yeah. This seems really wrong though. Maybe not entirely, but there is one thing down. That one actually might be, yeah. There we go. Just had to have the right aim first. I mean, there were two of them, right? Two of these lighting. So what if we take the other one? And divert it, of course. Yeah. Take this one, right? I studied light physics in grad school, guys. I know my lights. Oh god, I hated that, yeah. I also, that's my least favorite part of physics, man. My least favorite part, always been basically, I guess like wavelengths and light and so on. Yeah, I used to divide physics into 3 subcategories, in my opinion. You have mechanical physics, like classic physics. That is like formulating, you know, like the how can I say, like a car, and if a car drives, how much energy is to consume, right? Or like if a car hits a wall, how much energy, how much is the impact force or whatever, blah blah so on. That's kind of like the mechanical physics, right? Very basic physics, easy physics by far. And then second thing is this called like light physics or wave physics, which is my least favorite part. And then the third form is like quantum physics. You calculate for example, I guess electron energies and electrons wavelengths and like the power of this one. Yeah, this one was early, right? Exactly. Well, I'll probably die here though. My god, this one looks really rough. There's all my food there. Huh. Yeah, it's just like Mission Impossible time, baby. It has to be the one so early, right? Definitely. Okay, that wasn't that hard actually. I thought it'd be harder. But yeah, it's clearly the one so earlier. Oh yeah, that. Now she probably comes over here, right? I'm gonna whistle as she comes. Like a horse. Here you go, girl. Come on, where is she? Oh, yeah, it finally goes.
Two more left, Link.
But yeah, so if you just have 3 different stuff, right? And the second one then, that's kind of mentioned in other videos, how Riley comes from, I think, One Piece. Riley the Spectre is one. Riley Scattering is one. But yeah, that level of physics is a lot like you have to calculate what's called like jitter constants and so on, which is really annoying. But it's useful for stuff like laser disc and like it's useful for like radio. It's to do with like amplifying sound and so on. It's physical about that stuff. So it's a very useful physical field though, don't get me wrong, but it's never like the formulas for that stuff. Oh. Okay. What is that, spawner? Yeah, okay. So I need to talk to her. Oh my god, what is that? Oh, this remote. Lady, princess, we need to hit that thing up in the sky. Whoa. I think that's chaos. But she needs to hit the thing in the sky though. She's like stuck now. Where is she? There she is. Cool moves. Just talk to her. There we go. Need to get that down. Man, this I never seen many enemies in the game before. This is definitely the most enemies in one little place here so far in the game. It's a great loot though, you finally get them. There we go. Electric. This is some archer somewhere. Is it? 2 even, okay. Yeah, I believe I'm underneath the last one, right? Yeah. Oof. Didn't want to die there, definitely not. That was kind of scary. Okay, a lot of loot. The lighting there. Seems to be something, I guess. Something. Maybe using balloons. Yeah, maybe it's putting on balloons. I don't see where to aim though, so might be a balloon thing. levitating platforms, right? Yeah, okay. So I guess they use one of the balloons. Actually, taunted. I thought they were attached or whatever. Annoying. Come on, game. Use credits. There we go. Yeah, I feel like it's probably need 2 balloons, right? 2 balloons for 1 fire, probably. Like that. No? I don't know, maybe like 2. If I had a torch as well. Let's see. Maybe it's enough for 2. Maybe I need all 3 of them. Oh, god damn it. No, I need more torches, okay. No, I think I get it. I need to have 1 torch attached to it, right? Yeah, I need to have 1 torch like inside of it. All the time. But I actually don't want to have 2 because I want to be able to go down again. Yeah. Exactly, I don't want to have too many. Okay. Well, I see it now. Okay. So I guess we just need to get the... we need to also attach the light... What is it? Is this like up here? What? I thought it wasn't... What? I thought it wasn't enough with 1 fire. Yay. Torch. Oh, no, it fell down. Yeah, the rock is heavy, right? Afraid of that. It's hard to get the angle here. I really it'd be easier now if I had. I can't see it. Easy, right? It would be easy if I had done it, of course, in the middle. In the room, right? And the problem is I can't see where I'm aiming. God damn it. that felt really stupid. This time we're gonna. Oh, well, wait, the one's grabbing the. Why can't I? Weird. Yeah, this time making sure we are, you know, flying in the middle, right? Yeah, that's very easy. Jesus Christ, that was really, it's really hard doing it from the. Before I start doing it. Yeah, it was just. But I mean, that was just a camera, right? You know, like every goddamn game is a bad camera, right? This is like the worst enemy in every game, and the camera. Every goddamn game. Where is she? Here we go. Ba-da-dunk. Last one.
Okay, only
Maybe I can. Yeah. Be better. So I'm assuming we have to use the last light, right? This one we had, like this one, needs to get the light somehow. Now we have that one there. Let's see. Doesn't help. I mean, I did attach that one. But what if I like maybe, thinking like, what if I take you and I attach the door here maybe to this one, like that. Something like that. First. Right. Yeah, so now we get that thing. But then we, of course, we're aiming to make it go like that, right? That's that. There we go, yeah. So if I did run a right angle there. Huh? Okay, that's where the that thing. But it's kind of what we did earlier though. I don't know if that helped. Now we created a perfect circle. I want to do it anyway, maybe it's a new angle. It just hits the same before, right? Yeah, new there. Looks really fancy though. But okay, I guess we have to figure out where the last one is, right? Yes, this is the main one. We're down. I think just figure out. We did the flame thing there, of course. Yeah, that one is done. So the last one is here. On the map, you can see that it's going like. Okay, maybe it's not the light then. Yeah, maybe the light is whatever, right? Yeah. it's way simpler. It's way simpler. It's nothing like, oh, I'm gonna use my massive lightning attacks. No, it's simpler. She's that thing. She has to come in somehow though. Oh, okay. Okay, that one was way simple. I was like, where's the lightning? We're gonna do the... Okay, that was way too simple.
Alright, we've charged. That should wake up the mechanism.
But then I used to look at the map and I thought, okay, where is it? This is boss time, baby. Boss time. But let's talk about it briefly, right? I mean, this is the point of the video anyway, I think, the stream, right? Is this better than the elephant? I think it is. It does feel more like a traditional Zelda temple or dungeon, right? Much more combat. Yeah, way more enemies. That's a massive difference. It feels bigger and grander. There's two different parts of it, right? First is kind of the trap dungeon. You have to avoid a lot of fireballs, this thing and so on, right? This thing is like 4 different puzzles, the lighting and so on. This temple here feels a lot more like a traditional temple, right, in the old Zelda games. More so than any of the 4 mecha animals did, right? It's the first temple I'm playing though, but yeah, it feels more inclined to the classic one. Anyway, that's the boss then. Maybe but it also might be the best temple. Who knows? Maybe the other ones are terrible. But this one's probably focused more though on traps and so on, right? Yeah, because like a pyramid, kind of typical. It's a cigarette, I know, but yeah, still, it's like the typical kind of Egyptian pharaoh pyramid style of it, right? The main game has. Even though it's a cigarette, even though it's a cigarette, which is not in Africa, it's in South America, cigarettes, and Central America. I wonder some storyline here, like why is the I don't know, zombie queen bug thing, why is it obsessed with the light temple? Maybe she can like light them. Oh. I guess you can light them all these 4 things. That's probably a boss trigger though. No. Okay, maybe that one. The massive purple one. Here we go. The heart of the. Yeah. Exactly. She's the queen. I like it, yeah. But I also feel like I'm a much better boss than the previous bosses. I mean, yeah. Let me say that too, right? This boss also feels better. You know what I mean? I'm just thinking like, what was the boss of the light? Wasn't it this nonsense mecha thing? That was like whatever. Bit of the wild, elephant, divine beast, boss. All the bosses are pretty terrible though. That's something I dig was terrible in Breath of the Wild. Not necessarily the actual fight, but I mean, how? Yeah. It's called Water Blight Ganon. I don't remember what his name was. I mean, I remember all the like Ganons, but that's something this game definitely does better. So this is the boss in the last game, right? In the sand. It's just like a random, you know. It's like Ganon's evil form. Yeah, they were all evil forms. This boss here now, he feels more interesting because he's like, or she then, but yeah, it's like the queen of the zombie ants things or whatever, right? It's a little more personality to it, a little more interesting, some backstory. Yeah, every boss in the previous game were all just like some kind of Ganon evil form, right? They didn't feel they had any unique personality or whatever. It was just like, it's just Ganon's form 1, 2, 3, 4, right? And of course you could go and fight him immediately, then it was hard or whatever. So it was that kind of thing. But now it feels more like this boss here, the queen, she feels more like, okay, you know, like she's part of, she's like a typical, you know, Zelda boss, right? The egg monster or whatever, yeah. This is more, how I'll say it. Like the older games, yeah. What do you wanna call it? Like this is just like a random monster that might work for Ganon, you know what I mean? But it isn't like she's necessarily just like she has to go on agenda or whatever. But that's better. But I had stop is quarter harder. But yeah, that's something I definitely think is better. Even from the visual standpoint. I mean, I love Breath of the Wild, but the bosses in the dungeons were just so I don't know, generic, bland, I guess. I don't know what the right word for them are. They are somewhat bland, right? Because all have the same Ganon concept, and they're like living weapons of Ganon or whatever. But like I said, I guess the problem with them, there are many problems, but I think the general problem with them is that they are just a part of him, right? So they aren't their own monster or whatever. Really, it's more like his body part or whatever. This is like, yeah, well, he's the zombie queen or whatever, right? She has her own story bit or whatever, maybe some lore in her and so on. But I don't really Spider-Man now. I really said now. It's been there for hours probably. Whatever Spider-Man, sorry Spider-Man. It's not. Yeah, but this, I'm not saying that this Queen Gibbo has this amazing lore or whatever, right? But it might have, and I think if when you play the old Zelda games, let's go back, Link to the Past, Ocarina of Time, whatever, right? When you play those games, yes, it wasn't like every boss in Zelda has this amazing lore or whatever, but when you enter a dungeon, right, it's a gigantic something monster, you kind of feel like, okay, but it's like a massive monster, right? He might have been here for 100 years, who knows, you know, whatever, right? It's not necessarily linked to the main bad guy, right? It's just like a monster, and I need to defeat him to get the heart of this thing, or save the whale, or whatever, you know what I mean? For some reason, right? Or maybe he has working somehow for the bad guy. But it can't, right? Yeah, so that's better, I think. This monster here might be completely unrelated. Probably isn't though, because it's some kind of weird corruption of the temple, so it's probably somehow working with the bad guys for some reason. Sure, but still. Yeah. Well, anyway. Well, let's see. Own. Should we use? Get the claymore. Oh, yeah. Finally, get my claymore up here. Immediately dies. I should heal myself between there. Don't have too many healing items on me. So let's see. Let's first on the claymore. Heal up. Yeah, I'm kind of out of good food. That's gonna be a trouble. But still though, let's see what we have. For life. Let's cook that in for fights, I could have done that. Let's see. Let's change bow. It's hard to hit it. Yeah, I'm trying to say that it's hard to hit. It recovers too quickly. It's not a boss that you kind of go down and you smack it after it lands. Now we're down hard. How do you know that then when it's down for good, so to speak? Use. Yeah. Oh shit. Yeah, no, you definitely don't want her. Come on, why is it not hitting her? I wonder she stopped. There we go. Yeah, it just, yeah, it had, the first landing is still fine after that. Something you're gonna roll that. There we go. What? Are arrows again? I thought I had a lot of arrows to enter this fight. God damn it. There's a few something with like a. Yeah, you got a flame weapon there. This works. Fire in the electro. Oh, no bad power left. Oh. I can't pick up any arrows somewhere. Okay, you can't make a shoot without arrows, right? At all. Like last time. And usually the bosses do have some arrow, like you can find some bars or whatever. But oh, still have it. Damn it. Still not alive. Oh, something else happened? Okay. Yeah, the boss battles are much more interesting in this game, by far. Like second phase, I guess, when it summons this thing, yeah, so the boss battles are a lot better than in Breath of the Wild. Yeah, but here I really need arrows, like holy shit, how do you think? Can you craft arrows or something? Oh my god, I mean I need her to shoot the arrows so we can remove the... Can you craft arrows? 0 arrows left. Yeah, you can cook stuff. I guess I can use my flame weapon on them anyway. Just force a new. He's fast on there to take up here. That's right. Yeah, kinda need arrows, right? what? I have what? 15 arrows. And can get more arrows somehow? Oh. I just leave, probably. I feel I'm stuck here again if I don't get more arrows. There's so many arrows on the outside. So where was the start again? You can couldn't teleport to that place though. I like she's like, okay, see you. Because she doesn't go with you. I think the game should allow her to also, you know, become blue and leave with you, right? Yeah, like, I see you, lady. It's like, what? Okay, I see you. Like, what? But I really feel it's unnecessarily hard, like, without arrows. It's just like, I need more arrows. It's like a broken record, but I mean, my god, you did like solid damage to it. Or it's just like the first phase outside as well. I mean, I will say that though, on this boss. It does feel overly alive. I like the boss design a lot more, like I said, than any of the base bosses in Breath of the Wild. But it certainly feels like it relies so much, right, on having arrows. Just you can summon her lightning, right? And of course it's like concept of the game, but I mean, yeah, like, you really need ammo, right? So that's annoying. Oh. So I got like 10 more arrows. But yeah, 15 arrows just feels really hard. Yes, I had like 60 arrows for a while. 60 to 70 arrows, right? Just so you can get up there and get some arrows. No arrows again. Yeah, suddenly you're like stuck to like, oh, do I get some spawn? Isn't she here anymore? I don't think so. They didn't spawn enough arrows. I wonder if... Where's that in the game? Explore map. So in this town, right, before you have the fight with all the zombie hordes, they have a lot of items for you. I wonder if they respawn. Because there was like so much stuff there. It's like several different elemental weapons, you know, arrows, yeah. A bunch of good stuff. That's a weird comment. Or Twitter, rather. Spam, I guess. Now it's like a weird Twitter comment. Someone doxed me on Discord, and they of course linked to some Discord, right? But it's probably just their way to spam people. Yeah, really weird tweet, but it's probably just a scam, right? Because I don't think they will. No, it's like it's not my name, but they're tweeting me and 20 people, right? Saying that, oh, you got like, you know, doxed or someone leaked this stuff, whatever, right? You know, go to this Discord to see it, right? It's the way to get you to join the Discord, right? It's like a really weird scam. Haven't seen it before, I guess, but I saw it now here. Got that tweet now. Ah, it's empty. God damn it. Oh, we can buy this stuff. Nice. Okay, not completely empty, but still. No, but that's a weird tweet. But you see it a lot of time, right? You know, sometimes you get this like chain, not chain mails, but a lot of time, right? You get mails, you know what I mean? You probably don't talk about. You get like, you know, someone is blah, 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 and it's like 40 mails, right? It's like you and Fords, right? And they want you to click it, right? Whatever, right? Never click anything. What? Talking about some arrows. I hope. You need more arrows. I was like, that boss without arrows is impossible. Yeah, just buy some arrows, right? Whatever. Okay, so now a bunch of arrows. And while I'm here, we cook some food, right? There's no pots over here. Let's take a spa rest, I guess, with some health today. We're out again, but might as well. Oh, I can't afford a good one. Whatever. This is basically in here. Yeah, so it's a heal. I mean, that one healed us 3 heart, right? But yeah, very weird tweet, and I've seen it before. But I'm imagining that this strategy, right, is the exact same as those. Like when you get mailed with like 50 odd people, right? And they're like, oh no, you gotta check this out, right? And then of course, they're hoping that one person is gonna press that that link, right? You know what I mean? But this is weirder because it's like, well, it sends me to a Discord. If I press that, which would be what? You... Yeah, I'm thinking like how they... Because I mean, if you go to a link, right? Yeah, someone can like hack you, whatever. But if you press like a... Just entering a Discord channel won't really do much. What's down here, though? What did I fall down here for? How do I leave now? Like, what am I looking for? Let's just explore it quickly. Oh, it's like a little leather there. Interesting, it's like a map in it. Can I open that somehow? Maybe we can grab it. Yeah. It's like a love letter. What's that? Not a love letter. Maybe it's the same person. Maybe he sends a lot of them. I haven't seen this place before. We're gonna bet the boss first and see what's at the miss. What's this? Yeah, I guess the same letter, right? You just keep sending. This probably just leads me outside the city, probably. Eventually. Cocker routine, I guess. Yeah. Well, that's probably a cocker routine up here. Oh, it's like I never seen this. Yay! Yeah. Well, might as well pick it up, of course. Cocoa rose. Yeah, but let's go back. I was thinking that maybe we could like cook something, right? But I didn't see any actual pot down there. So it'd be nice just to like why not? I just actually cook some real food with better buffs and so on. Yeah, do you see any pot here? Maybe I have enough to actually get another heart. No, forgot the last one it is. Whatever. Why is there no pot here somewhere? Because if we use the fire there, someone's gonna... down there is a dungeon place. Bastard. Also over here. There's a bed. Down here is what? There's a bar. Yeah, honestly. It's a little strange. They don't have like a typical cookie place. Yeah, you fall down there. Yeah, like there's nothing else here. Hey, okay, whatever. Just fight the boss then. Oh, I wanna teleport her. The game is like, yeah, you wanna read about the girl? No, I wanna teleport her. I wanna Yeah, it's totally. Okay, whatever. Using arrows. No, but the retweet. Never seen the product said because, I mean, even if you press it right, even if you press the thing, you won't get, you know. Maybe it's positive, but I mean, what can really happen, right? Can't really see it. One thing very common though, I guess these days, probably some more NFTs or cryptocurrency, whatever, right? A lot of Discord. So maybe that's more what we're trying to do. Like trying to get you to get to a Discord so they can, like, you know. I don't know.
Oh? So,
Yeah, I'm standing there. I got some ammo, girl. So now I learned you have to wait, right? Yeah, you can't just fight it immediately when it's... Yeah. The next time you get it down, then you can... Oh yeah, chase arrows. The next time when it falls down, that's the moment where you can, like... combat, I believe. Yep.
let's do this, Link.
Well, chases this, yeah. Should just have a comment, I guess. Yeah, so a bit of weapon, right? Let's see, I got my chainsaw. Oh, damn it!
Are you okay?
No. Not okay. Nice. Trigger next phase. But it's a mass difference now when you have, I would say infinite arrows, but I have enough arrows to kind of spam them. Yes, I can shoot the... it's alright. I wonder if you have to actually aim at them.
Don't let them surround you.
Yeah, either right, you can of course aim at the boss, but... Oh shit. There we go. Run. Oh. Nice. Oh shit. I need more than like. Oh, run this text maybe? Oh.
Can you do something about the hide?
Not of stamina. Oh. Oh, it didn't work. Damn it. What was that? One zombie? Really? That was massive damage. Oh, come on. Ah. It actually gets harder. Yeah. Her lightning doesn't hit very good. It doesn't hit very enough area. Damn it, you have 3 health now, right? I think so. Oh, okay, you don't? Yeah, so first time, right? You guys getting down.
Watch for the tornado.
Yeah, just let it. Yeah, now you can hit it, right? After 2 hits. Yep. Well, should you aim at the hive things then? Problem is talking to her, right? To actually activate the power. That's a bigger issue, if anything. I would say.
Summoning more gifts.
Yeah.
Don't let them surround you.
Avoid it first. Shit. Yeah, the smaller ones that are crawling are much more dangerous than anything else. Shit. Oh my god, the stamina. I'm a shoot! Okay, that was bullshit though. That was bullshit. I mean, here I'm pressing. I was pressing the button. That var bullshit though. Oh. Men the issue is really when you run out. Oh, well. Run. Yeah, the issue is when you run out of stamina. In the second phase, when you part of outrunning those zombies that are like crawling. I should miss that. I should, nice. Uh-oh. Oh, come on. Oh, I lost there. Okay, here's the hard part. Maybe I should put in a weapon prepare for this thing.
Summoning more Gyptos. Don't let them surround you.
Power weapon now, of course. Oh, shit.
Here we go.
Oh my god, this thing is ridiculous. There we go. This thing is freaking dangerous. Shit. But I need her to, like, you know.
They just keep coming.
Well, is my bow down? What? Why? There we go. One down.
That light. Maybe we can use it.
Good point. Yeah, we can have a light. Can't see anything, but okay. Need more food. Need more food. More food. Ooh. Jesus Christ. Where is the bastard? What? Food. Where is it? Oh, Jesus Christ! Couldn't run much there. Oh. And now it's kind of crazy here. There's some more food. Oh, just can't eat that thing. No, I don't have food here. We can get the boss now, of course. You destroy the pillar. You can stand in the light. And it's hard to see in it. Oh, run. What's the lady? Shoot the light for. Oh. Something else shoots lightning. I'm out of all the jellies. Oil, some resources. It's like shoot the flame at it, yeah. Flame emitter. He's gonna smack it with the flamethrower. Whew, finally down. But yeah, the boss sign is much better. It would be interesting boss fight, speaking. Spawning these things, getting the lighting. It was very hard until you get the light up. Yeah, when the light gets up and the zombie guys can't be in the light, yeah, then it got easy. If you stand in the light, right? Like I guess vampires or whatever. But yeah. It's like a Magatama. Yeah, look at that. An arrow. Okay. Member maybe?
Read you, beloved daughter of the Gerudo.
But I assume the voice is gonna be a sage. Probably, not Zelda.
I know that voice.
It's the first Todd.
You're the one who's been talking all this time.
Oh, is it Sonya? No, it's the first sage, right?
Your ancestor.
Exactly. It's the another ab lady, yes! Reed, you need more abs, man.
King of Hyrule and the sage who called down light.
Exactly, it is the first light
Just
sage,
as
right?
you can. I've seen you brandish the power you have in defense of our people. I would expect nothing less from my descendant.
Yeah.
You are
She's
the bride of the Gerudo.
I call it right, the first lightning sage.
The Demon King is responsible for sending the monster that caused the Sand Shrine.
I mean, okay, it was, yeah, I call, yeah, it's sort of
The
22
monster's
course
true
demon was.
purpose was to prevent you from obtaining that stone,
Ah, it's an earring.
my secret stone.
The Magatama.
Demon King. Secret stone.
Don't worry, you will understand soon enough.
Could you explain it,
Let me
whatever.
tell you of events in our distant past.
But there's got abs, man. Yeah, every Gerudo woman got massive abs, yeah. I'm always like, man, these Gerudo ladies, man, they're always getting the abs, man. They're like, yeah, look at her abs. Grandma got some abs, man. Every time, man.
Long ago, when the kingdom of Hyrule
Is the storyline of this game the first? The economic order of these games are really hard, right? Is this before the other games then?
The Demon King emerged.
It's a lot like Ganon,
He
yeah.
hacked the innocent and sought the destruction of Hyrule. He was our chief before he changed. His
Yeah, so he's a
obsession with
Gerudo. So
power
yeah, it's the same class.
transformed
Yeah,
him
of course,
into
it's
a
the same
monster.
storyline.
Rather,
Still is the only son
first
of the
king
Gerudo, of
Hyrule,
course.
And 6 warriors rose to oppose him.
Yeah.
I'm proud to have been one of them.
Which is what the sages.
We faced the Demon King, but only after Rauru gave us the means to fight the monster.
Zelda is there though.
Secret stones,
Not Sonya, yeah.
artifacts that
Because in order
amplify
story,
the
it's like the
abilities of
first
those
wife.
who
I said
cast.
as ancestor, but
I, the Sage of Lightning, fought by my fellow sages in battle with my own
it was
secret
abs there, yeah.
But we were no match for his overwhelming power.
But I'm still wondering, like, when is the game taking place, right?
Adored our
This is so hard to
strongest
understand. This game's strong of order. Is this like the first storyline of the whole game?
Rauru knew we had lost the battle against the Demon King.
This does sound like it's before all the other games. This,
He made the
flashbacks,
ultimate
right, yeah.
sacrifice to imprison the Demon
I guess
King.
always. They seal him away, yeah. They can never just defeat him.
That was the imprisoning war.
I think that the last game in the order, they do kill him, right? But I can, yeah, in that game you stab anything, but
The rest of us survived that historic battle. Not long after, a visitor came to me, and she set the Gerudo on our
the Zelda, of
destined
course,
path.
yeah. So Zelda is time traveling now and ruining the backstory.
Another of the 6 sages, the Sage of Time.
Oh yeah, she's also. That's true. Yeah, I guess it's time traveling.
Magic restraining the Demon King will eventually be undone. When that time comes, you must help Link. He is a noble swordsman who will fight that monster.
Yeah, still very thirsty for Link, yeah.
So please, he will need your assistance. Lend him your power, the Gerudo's control of lightning.
The path of the Gerudo was clear at that moment.
It's like
nothing more than to eliminate the
10,000 years before.
We are responsible for his very existence.
But yeah, it was Zelda in the
And
what a
for
fight
that
there.
we must make
As the
amends.
original Sage of
I
Time then,
swear
but
to you that when the Demon King returns, the Gerudo Sage of Lightning will awaken once more. The Gerudo Sage and her people will fight alongside your swordsman.
It's a little bit about time loop. Yeah, who is it? The hand Zelda's already done this stuff, right? So
Destiny. You have saved Gerudo Town, but the Demon King still remains a threat.
we was in the last game though. Yeah, that's true. She was waiting for this thing. Was in the last game.
Daughter of the Gerudo. You must
And
take
even Red, you got some apps. She doesn't get massive apps in this game, but yeah, they're starting to shape up her apps, right? Yeah, they're starting to give her some apps. Yeah, they don't. She's older in this game, of course, but yeah, doesn't have the full app yet.
So it's my destiny to fight by your side.
Actually, kind of sad though. Yeah, like I have to be your servant for the rest of my life. Yeah.
My destiny as a sage, my duties as chief, and fighting side by side with you?
No freedom in this game, man.
Sounds like fun.
Well, she'd have to fight though. She's like Gerudo. I mean, they're all like all warrior ladies. They're Amazonian warrior waifu. So I guess she's like, yeah, fight. Of course, she's like war. Okay, it just kind of makes sense though. That she's just like, I just like fighting though. So yeah, no problem for her. She's just like, I like fighting people. That's true. She didn't really care that much. She was just like enjoying it. That's true. It must make sense. Yeah, she gets her grandma's earring. Exactly. Does she get new powers then? Lightning Wi-Fi powers.
Witness this new power I possess.
Or she can summon a ghost? Lightning or something? Yeah, she got her own little shadow form. You got lightning clones. See, her app actually looks pretty detailed there. Will I also get shadow powers now? I'm like kind of scared here. She's kind of scary. She's aggressive. Maybe she will give me shadow powers. Oh, but kind of munching.
I read you, the Sage of Lightning. Swear that I will stand with you.
But I like it in the storyline here. Yeah, we get because you know you play the older games, right?
Proof of my
The Sage has been mentioned. You know they have lesser or more impact in the games, right? But now it's kind of like, yeah, I'm a Sage. Let's go. Yeah, that was like, yeah, you get my Sage power, boy. Now we're getting the active Sages here because in some other games they're all dead, right, or they're imprisoned or whatever. You know, it's different, yeah. Here it's like they're all active warriors instead. I see. So we're gonna have like a ring per, yeah, per character. Of course, we do the other dungeons. We get all the rings, right? So now I got the lightning Sage. Wish it's clearly slower, yeah. Boom.
Use that ring to call upon my power whenever you need it. It seems I can finally.
Yeah, I can
head.
finally summon my lightning lady.
Should we head back to town?
Also, don't really care about the other three. I don't really care about the other characters. No, this is the only guy. This is the only one I want to recruit. The other three can do whatever they want. Let's go and kill Ganon now. Yeah, I don't care about the other characters, man. Let's go to the last boss now. Let's go. This probably will clear the sandstorm. That'd be nice. So you can actually see everything in the desert. Exactly. So you can. That's like the first game too, right? Look at her abs. Look at that gorgeous abs. This is why I played the Gerudo Valley. Look at the abs on these ladies, man. You're like, look at the abs on her. Look at the ladies, man. Yeah, look at that abs on that guard lady. Her abs are big as Link, man. Yeah, you're like. Well, now they know Nintendo. They're like, well, the Gerudos, they're abs, man. They all got like abs bigger than the mountain, man. Yeah, it's like. Very detailed, oiled up abs in the Gerudo Valley. I call it Wife Valley yesterday. Maybe it's called Abs Valley. Just like, all of them have massive abs. So yeah, it's like a single woman doesn't have like an 8-pack, like super massive 8-pack too. Like they all of it too. Yeah, it's not a single woman and a grown up doesn't have like massive muscles.
Oh.
Well, it makes sense that the bug zombie guys would stop because obviously the queen is dead now, so they will produce more of those. But well, the Zelda thing is more like the these tier things. Yeah, obviously it is Zelda. It saves time, right? No, it clearly is Zelda. She's time traveling. Yeah. Why not? I don't think see what they get. This is kind of dumb though. It's like, that Sage of Time. This is stupid though. I mean, this is just stupid though. Okay, the writing of the game is the strong point, but I mean, this is just dumb though. Of like, she's just like, but could Zelda look exactly the Sage of Time? But how could she be the past? It's like you said, like this is just silly, man. Like, I think okay. The storyline of the game is pretty fine. Actually, I like that it says time traveling. Zelda is time traveling, right? And she's part of obviously the first stage, the fighting and so on. But this here is silly though. When both Ryu and Link are like, the Sage of Time looks exactly like Zelda. But how could she be in the past? That doesn't make any sense. No one can time travel. You just said that she is the Sage of Time, right? It's just like, how could she time travel? She's the Sage of Time. Is it the name alone? It's like, I don't know. It doesn't make any sense. Yeah, we're stuck here now. Oh, this makes no sense though. The ladies is like, yeah. She's really into Link now. I feel like she's in love with Link as well right now. Just like Zelda, right? Yeah, I can summon Lightning Girl. Yeah. But that was a silly line though. She said, I couldn't be her though. I mean, the Sage of Time, being a time traveler, that doesn't make any sense. You're like, really? Did you, whatever. Yeah, that's just stupid. How do I do that then? Key items. How do I use it then? No. Pressing the wrong button, definitely. That's shields. Is it here then? Oh my god, so many items. No, I mean, maybe? But how do I actually summon my Lightning Girl? With a button it. I was like, what button is it? Visual, pushpad, focus. What? How do you summon her? It's not up here, right? Is it? Maybe it's that thing. It looks like the symbol of recall, but that's just similar symbol, right? Like, how do you summon her? You have to be in combat. Yes. How do I do that? How do I summon you? We can definitely find more stuff in desert now. We can see stuff now there. But I will say I'm a little bit like, oh, the desert, man. I'm tired of this place. A little bit. I'm tired from the sand, man. It gets up, it gets everywhere, you know. It gets everywhere. Kind of want to do the bird guys now, maybe. Yeah, maybe I should do the bird guys. It's up here, I guess. Regional. Yeah, I guess so. I haven't been up yet. I've been like here, I guess. Yeah. I've been like around this area. Yeah, it's here. So up there I've been. Is that a tower? If you jump, you can fly, I think. Probably won't, I don't know. Probably won't play too much more, but a little more after the temple here. But it was nice. It definitely was better than the temples in the first game. But that, and then, like I said earlier, I think that's the weak spot right of Breath of the Wild. It is not the. I mean, it's really good, and it's not the perfect game, whatever. Yeah, I don't know how to say that, but Breath of the Wild is really good, of course. I love that game, but it still has some obvious flaws. And I think that's probably the biggest flaw, right? Which, of course, I think most people agree with. The actual dungeons, yeah. The actual dungeons being kind of meh in it. So this one definitely felt better. And I man, that's not very. I like what I want to say. No, I was thinking that a lot of people complain about the shrines as being just worse dungeons or whatever, right? But I don't really see that. I think the shrines are more like mini dungeons, and you have more of them. So it's more gameplay than having, let's say, 8 big dungeons. You have like 100 small ones. For this long, because it went out for like the whole city. I mean, see what happens. Does it jump now or something? Like, am I don't see any change yet myself. Probably won't stream too much more now though, but so I have to do something else now to work and so on. But I was more interested in if I can start, if I can even restart again. I have to see here. Yeah, and it actually does connect, I think, between, right, where it stopped working earlier. It basically is back to where it stopped working earlier. Yeah, so where did it end? End when I just got the temple done. Yeah, okay. So before I realized the internet was done, I flew up to the west north of it. Then I realized the internet was dead, right? But yeah, that's crazy. And eventually I started using my iPhone to connect to my PC, right? To get my desktop internet like that. So write that here. But yeah, but this does approach, right, a very modern issue. Let me address it here, right, while I fight the evil dancer guy. Talk to my lightning girl. Come on, Noelle, where are you? Where is she? What? Where is she? Yeah, so you can summon her, right? Do this. So it works now. Okay, the delay is much longer, should be. Oh my god. Yeah, the delay seems to be tremendously longer. Like I'm even not sure it's working correctly. Oh, interesting. It is. You can see me, but you can't see the fight, right? Oh, something happened to the record. Okay. Yeah, the internet been dead for a few hours now. We're back streaming. You can see me, but you can't see. You see the game here? Yeah. Wow. This is like issue on issue, right? Because you can see me move. I thought the delay was massive first, but no, there isn't a delay. The issue is that the game is not streaming correctly now. because the internet died, right? That might have interrupted my capture card, which I have to stream from the Switch, right? Because it's different when you're streaming on Switch to on PlayStation or whatever, right? Because you have to use a capture card to capture the stream and so on from the TV. But yeah, I see it now, of course. The actual menu is frozen for some reason. It's probably frozen as when the internet go back, because on the previous stream it was just like out in the sky, right? So yeah, nothing happens there. Well, this seems too late. Seems to, yeah. Okay, let me try one thing if I can fix it. If I just turn it off like that, no, I can try to deactivate it too, and then reactivate it. That might do something. It's perma black instead. Interesting. So it maybe it's fried my capture card. Something like that. That's the issue, right? But anyway, I'm gonna say, guys, two things. First of all, yeah, sorry about the stream. But that being said, though, it was really bad luck, or probably good luck, right? Because this stream was to do the Lightning Temple, and we did the whole Lightning Temple, yeah. We did the whole Lightning Temple, and then I was gonna stream for maybe half an hour more, right, after that temple, and then, you know, the internet died for the whole neighborhood for like 3-4 hours. So it was a little bit like, if the internet died like 20 minutes later, it wouldn't really matter, right? But anyway, I want to say, so sorry about that. What can I do, right? I mean, sorry, like sometimes this was one of those like freak accidents, right? With the internet, I mean, the whole city block had no internet. Because first I thought it was my router, which looked really weird. I couldn't fix that, right? Then I went over to the, what it's called, the power supply stock, whatever. I had this weird power supply cabinet over there, right? But over to that one, they also looked weird. So I was like, okay, they probably are not both malfunctioning at the same time. Something else. So I went outside the house. I was like, okay, yeah, the neighborhood is down, no internet, or no power issues and so on. But anyway, so you know, one of those freaky accidents, right? The good thing, though, I suppose, right, as you saw now, is that even if I didn't do anything, if I just wait for a few hours, right, some guys are going to fix it, right? Because someone is gonna call and be like, everything is down, there's no internet, there's no power. Yeah, someone's gonna come and fix it probably. So that's a good benefit, right? The bad, though, tell you a story. I thought about it a bit. I wrote a little bit on the phone during this. Yeah, so you're on the stream now, right? But the stream isn't working correctly because the stream, somehow my capture card is dead now. So my capture card is bad. But one thing I wanna, you know, and me and Space Pirate were writing about it. I used my phone then, right? Because my phone, of course, had internet still. Let me explain one thing that I was thinking about when writing that. Is that this neighborhood here is so weird, right? It really is like a first world problem. Is that there's a house close to where I live. That house doors doesn't open if they don't have internet. It is so crazy. So yeah, it's obviously electric doors, right? They have to use one of these, you know, lips, right, to not open the door or whatever, right? Something like that, right? But apparently, I've seen people there, same thing like now, right? They can't open their front door for this like building complex unless they're both for power, but also if internet isn't working. If the internet doesn't work, I guess they can't like connect to their specific door or something. It's really weird. And then I believe the elevator the same thing, because the elevator they have is probably like connected, right, for a certain floor. I think so. I was at a game company last week for an interview in a skyscraper, like a completely new modern skyscraper. It was very weird. Simply did you can enter that building and then you were like given, you know, like a passage card, right? And then I could, you know, swipe that card next to the elevator door, and then I couldn't actually open and go to the other floors. Hope it makes any sense here. Hope it makes sense. Basically, right, I entered this, you know, massive, it's like a very new building, right, in the city, massive city, like 50 plus floors or whatever, right? And basically, I could only activate the single floor. Now the game is doing the whole, you probably hear the game sound, right? Yeah, the game is doing the whole Zelda is screaming about blood moon and so on. But anyway, yeah, so that was really weird. Like, you couldn't go to the other floors. The passage card I got only allowed me to go to the Pacific floor, right? And that, my neighbors over there, that direction, in this block here, whatever you call it, I think they have the same thing. So they don't have internet, they can't go to their own apartment, because they can only probably use the elevator to a specific floor, right? Something like that. It's really weird. Yeah, there is probably a backup somewhere though, because their elevator probably does stop working. You might get stuck in the elevator. So they must have some kind of backup machinery in the basement probably, right? Like if someone has to be able to go down there and, like, you know, I've seen every episode of Chicago Fire, a good TV show. We have Otis, right, the elevator guy, because that's like a brand of elevators. He always goes down there, you know, and like fix the elevators or whatever. But the game is fried, which is really weird. The internet returned. That destroyed the capture card. So we just try one thing. Should do it on a live stream instead of just take a break instead. But sometimes, if you take the capture card, just plug it in, plug it out. The magic of rebooting, right? You just plug in and plug out your capture card. It might work. Instead, the game is dead instead. It might work if I read. It probably will actually work if I just. The Syndra building is great, man. You can just run all the floors, man. Oh. Should I just try to restart not a game, but if I restart okay, let's try this thing then. Yeah, as you can see, right, the losing the internet confused my switch on my capture card. I'm trying to restart the switch here, so it happens. But anyway, that was just kind of funny. I was gonna end the stream. Anyway, right? Just ending the stream, and then it's like, okay, here we have all the tech issues in the world, right? Oh yeah. Because now at least it's saying a red. Yeah, because now it's like big ass red there. Yeah, now it's like warning signs. Okay. Let me try this thing. Okay, I'm gonna. What happened to this thing? Okay, I'm just gonna close the OBS, right? I'm not gonna close the stream, guys. Yeah, exactly. When I play 7 Remake, you can just run up the stairs, right? You can run up the stairs for like 64 floors, right? And you just complain about it. Second time I play the game on hard mode, I take the elevator, it's like 2 fights, and then it's over. Like, it's just so pointless taking the stairs. It's like, oh no, one fight in the easiest game ever. But so I will try one thing here. So I'll try to restart the stream if I can fix this bug here. Because now at least it's another error here on the OBS. So I hope it works now for this thing. Oh, the stream actually be shut down. No, so I don't want to end the broadcast. Okay, let's see what happens. I will stop streaming, but I won't end the broadcast. I fixed it. See? This is Zelda game I wanna play, guy. I fixed it, baby. Best Zelda game ever. Now, there we go, man. This is all fixed, guys. This is Zelda game I wanna play. There we go, yeah. Zelda. This is the ultimate Zelda game. No, I see the issue. Yeah, it's going live now again. It's interesting that you have an ad popping up, though. But yeah, this is the real, Tears of the Kingdom 2, baby. This is the future. This is a Zelda remake we deserve. No, I fixed it now. I see the issue now, so on, right? But that's interesting. That was interesting, yeah. So, internet died, right? And when it happened, for whatever reason, the capture card got crazy. But, let's make a little, come on. I just wanted to troll you guys a little bit. Troll you, man. I was like, this is gonna be fun. It's like rickrolling people. Yeah, it's like rickrolling people. Throwing in that CD Zelda again. I had it earlier on the stream, yeah. My point earlier, I guess you didn't see that in the stream earlier, probably not, right? My point earlier was that this is the only Zelda game I haven't played, I think. I think I played almost every other Zelda game, more or less. But I haven't played CD Zelda. This is like a legendary Zelda game, that I heard about. I mean, this is a Zelda game that everyone has. Yeah, the 3, it's not only it's 3 of these games, but not only is it so unbelievable they did this, right? The first time I saw this thing, I didn't think it was real. I was watching Angry Video Game Nerd, cinematic, famous, YouTube, right? One of like arguably the most, I think, OG like video game guy on YouTube, right? I was watching his video about this game, and I thought it was a joke. I thought he made it himself. I thought he was like, I'm gonna pay someone to paint this ugly shit, I didn't think it was real first. It took me like 5-10 minutes to actually like accept that it was a real game. I was like, he's a big YouTuber. He probably paid someone to do it. Yeah, is he some he's like a spoof, right? It's some weird art he paid someone to create. No, it's real. Yeah, that's the crazy thing. I don't even think it's real. I don't even want to accept it as an actual existing property of God, Link's face, man. That Zelda smile, man. Oh my god. Oh my god. This is the craziest thing ever. This is probably, again, the only Zelda game I haven't played then. And it's not like I want to play it. I see people talking about it. It must be very expensive, right, when it was out. What's calling him? System disc, right? I remember, what's it called? Neo Geo, right? Neo Geo, whatever it's called, right? SNK's console. Same thing with that one. It was incredibly expensive when it was created, like late 90s, I guess. But it was a legendary. Yeah, Neo Geo was legendary. It was very, very expensive, but it had all like the coolest arcade games, right? Metal Slug and so on, and it was like super legendary, and everyone wanted one, but no one could afford one. Yeah, I wish it was a spoof. Yeah, I also wish it was a spoof, but it's a real thing. It's crazy. Yeah, it's crazy. The box art. How was art? The box art. Zelda CD box art. Like I never have, this is like the only game I never played, probably, so right. This, I guess, the green one. Yeah, this one, right? This one, I guess. It's pretty cool. Yeah, his like Link is cutting into, like Link like slicing up there. See the cat is behind him. Fetches of Evil. Yeah, got the green tunic and everything. Yeah, it's nice. It's like a nice, cool art to it. The second one said Zelda is like doing a similar thing there. Yeah, it's a pretty cool touch to it. Like next one here, Zelda's also doing like a little bit of. Look at that. Yeah, she's also slicing up the world kind of thing. We see all the characters. That is pretty neat. But the console must be crazy expensive. $600, yeah, something like that. But that's what I remember too with Neo Geo too. Like Neo Geo also cost like at least $100, I wanna say, when it was new, I think. Here's $700, $800, $400 at bare minimum, because it was like an arcade machine at home, right? Why is it so expensive for? $600 when it started retailing. Yeah. It's interesting. But is he in the game again? Oh, there we go, yeah. But there's one more box, right? Is it a third? It should be 3-1. What? Zelda's Adventure? Which is the third one? But number 3 looks really different. Number 3 looks very different. Is this the last one? This looks like very, very different. The last one is like a window. Is this the last one? It doesn't look same at all. The last one for Zelda. This is the third one, it says. Compact Disc Interactive. It's just like a little door or something, or like a window. That looks terrible. This looks terrible compared to the other two. The other two was pretty cool. And then this one is like, okay. This one was like really ridiculous. The last one was terrible, yeah. There was like, why? This is a real one, right? Link, Zelda, and also Zeldas. That sounds so weird too. Why is it plural for? Like, why is it Zeldas, right? Why is it Zeldas for? Zeldas. Like 2 Zeldas. Man, that's weird. But it's an interesting thing though. Like, yeah. You can finally play Zelda, right? In this game you can play 2 Zeldas. It's called Zeldas. So this one you can play double Zeldas. Yeah. But I think it's the only Zelda's game. I'm gonna keep saying it too now. Zelda's. Instead of saying Zelda. Yeah, how do you like the new Zelda's game? But you see my shirt, right? You know, it's my favorite shirt of all time, right? I always say that, right? I love this shirt. You know, I love buying random, you know, crazy anime stuff. You know, I love. But this is. I say it again, right? I say it in every stream. But this is one of my favorite anime gaming shirts I own, right? This shirt, right? I am not Zelda, but I can still be your princess, right? Because I say it every time, right? But when I grew up as a kid, right? Everyone, I feel, except me, of course, thought that Link's name was Zelda, right? You know? Everyone always believed that you were playing as Zelda. It was always like that. Everyone, all my friends were like, oh yeah, Zelda is the main character, you're running around the Zelda fighting and so on, so... But I was the kid, it felt like everyone thought you were playing as Zelda. So, and I think it's because just... I'm guessing, right? Because people use the main character was the name of the game, like, for people. Like if you played, you know, if you played Mario, you were playing as Mario. And I guess the point is that, so you're playing as Metroid then, in Metroid? But honestly, I think some people probably did think that, right? When I was like a 10 or something, if you asked them, who is the main character in like Metroid, some of them probably would say Metroid. Like, I think so. I don't think everyone would say, oh, Samus or Aran. No, I think some people would say, oh, it's Metroid, right? It does sound weird, yeah. Yeah, that's true. If it's not plural, it's possessive, yeah. It's Zelda's, it's her adventure. That's true. That is true, yeah. It's Zelda's because it's her adventure. Yeah, I should play as Zelda's. But seriously, that so many people thought that Zelda was the main character, right? And that's why I always loved this shirt, right? This was made this shirt. I saw this art and I was like, I need this shirt, man. I need this shirt, like sexy Link. And like, I can still be your princess, I can be your trap, you know? I was like, I need this thing. It's the best part of Gerudo. It's the best part. I was like, oh, but seriously, I have so many shirts, right? And all the clothing, right? A bunch of different stuff, you know, One Piece, Dragon Ball, whatever, right? But this one is definitely one of my favorites. It really is. Because it's such a meta joke, right? I love meta jokes, but it speaks, I suppose, to some kind of like core gameplay as an old man gamer or something, because so many times have I sat there, right, in real life and had to, you know, tell people as a kid, right, no, you're playing as Link, okay? Link is the main character, the girl name is Zelda, this is Link. You know, so many times have I to tell people that you are playing as Link, right? Link to the past, that's Link, you know, so this like really speaks to me, this shirt, right? That's why I made it. I'm pretty sure people thought that, yeah, you were playing as Metroid. But you do, it's a good point, yeah, speaking though. That's something I think everyone misses, right? You know, you buy these new games, same with this game, right? And you don't get any manual or nothing, yeah. That feels kind of lame, you know, yeah. You want to have that freaking thick manual with all the stuff and so on. Of course, it's cheaper not to buy them. That's why I basically always buy the collector edition, right? For several reasons, right? But for all the extra stuff usually. But I did actually buy this one though, which might sound paradoxical, right? So I'm a big Zelda fan. I didn't buy this one, but this one is so overpriced. Jesus Christ! People complain about this game costing $10 more, right? Which is so irrelevant, right? I have so much money now, but it's so irrelevant. I really feel like whatever. But the collector box for this game is really terribly expensive. That doesn't make any sense. So it costs like, where I live, it's like 50 or like 60 more bucks, depending on what store you buy it from, compared to the Fire Emblem one, right? So in Fire Emblem one, you get more stuff. Like objectively, is more stuff because it has the exact same thing, you know, a art book, yada yada, right? And also more stuff. So in the Fire Emblem Collector's Edition, you literally get more items for like $60 less. So that whole video game less, right? But yeah, lunar manuals. But yeah, it's sad. They haven't had the manuals anymore. And I have basically all the manuals, right? I never throw anything away, of course. But that's, I think, is why I'm a lover for all this, like, you know, collectible editions, steel books, all that stuff, right? I always want to buy that stuff, you know. I have it's actually one of my favorites. Close to me, where I almost reach it. Triangle Strategy. Yeah, I have a video down below when I unbox it. I can see it, I can almost grab it, it's here. This Triangle Strategy is cool because it's like a green, it's like a book, right? You open up as a book. And then you kind of have the pages, yeah. You kind of flip the pages of it, and every page has like stuff in it. It's pretty cool actually. I like the idea of it. What do I have here in front of me? Bunch of games. There's so many games here. You know? Like I got like 50 games here. I have so much stuff that I can't put them anywhere, right? It's like wherever I reach, I always have something. Like I have like a bunch of games. It's just a bunch of games here. You know what I use to have my figures up here, right? If I've seen it before. These figures are standing on games, okay? That's how I can, you know, have them in the right height, right, on the table. There's so many games. I mean, the games. Look at this. It's a Dragon Ball ball. I found it yesterday when I was cleaning. I had it, of course, for many years, but I hadn't seen it in a while. It was like under some under an old PC or something. But of course, I fought the Dragon Ball, of course. But yeah, it's interesting. The manuals used to have everything. They used to have the art of all the monsters and stuff like that. And in some games, it was even hard playing the games if you didn't have the manual. But I guess one thing, though, to be fair, is that today we have the internet and so on, right? And some part of the manual was just like, oh, Echo Dolphin, this game makes no sense. I gotta read the manual to even understand how the game works, right? It was so hard to understand how the game worked. You had to read the manual because the actual game didn't tell you how to play the game, right? So you needed a manual, but today you use Google that. And it was the same thing as getting like a spoiler for a boss or whatever, right? It's one thing to Google like, how do I find the secret item of this thing, right? Which I never do. I try to always never try to, you know, get hints or whatever, right? That's one thing. But to Google like, how do you control this mechanic or something? That's fine, bro, because it's more like, the game doesn't make any sense. Yeah, I'm trying to like manually open. That's basically to be. You know, the truth is that while I am an old retro gamer, right? Some old games doesn't make any goddamn sense, right? Some old games have very little sense, right? They don't make much sense, you know. Some old games. So you have a Bikini Nicky Robin, right? And I have this figure over here. You know, you can treat it over here. Yeah, I have. Oh, my lamp is too early. The sun isn't up yet. Should be up soon here, but I got this nigga Robin. This nigga Robin? I got this nigga Robin, you know? Cowboy Bikini nigga Robin. So I managed to accidentally turn off my lamp. There we go. Come on. Yeah, you need the stuff for this, right? Here I got my my Nico Robin here. Yeah. This is like Cowboy Nico Robin. Still unboxed, of course. Because over here I have like 50 figures. Most of them are unboxed. Most of them were unboxed. I was like, oh yeah. See, so over here I have. So I used to read it yesterday. So now I have the Bio Black ones there too. I have like 3 numbers over there. I have a VV unboxed over there. Oh yeah, Castlevania 2 makes no sense. Oh my god. Yeah, in Castlevania 2 you have to go around in the city and put people and so on. Doesn't make any sense. You have to talk. See? Nice, it was the one. Yeah, I guess correct then. Yeah, I guess correct then. Yeah, Bikini Cowboy Nicky Robin. Yeah, I guess correct then. I also have the Bonnie, Juvenile Bonnie, right? I got it over there too, in the same kind of, I guess we call it, design or whatever. My biggest One Piece figure though is a Boo Hancock. I got a massive Boo Hancock. I mean, I got this one, of course, the tiny one, but I got this like huge Pooh right? Oh yeah, it's probably have 2 different versions, right? You got the gold bikini. Oh, that's true. Yeah, mine got the white bikini. Yeah. Mistakes, man. But do you have the gender bender Luffy one though? I don't know if you've seen it. I've probably seen it on a video, but man, I gotta go and get my freaking One Piece collection here. Just for you, my friend, just for you. I'm gonna stand up. Yeah, because I have this tower of figures over here. Pretty close to me, right? Of the unmanned of my unboxed figures. So, let's see. Got this figure. This is the best One Piece figure of all time. This figure here. Then I got, here's the Jubilee Bonnie one. That's the biggest figure I have. That lamp stands to a terrible placement. There we go. Yeah, so here's still. This one is super unboxed, right? See, I haven't even unwrapped it from the wrappers. So this is a Nico Robin one, right? I showed you a video earlier. This is the Boo, I mean. Yeah, this is the massive Boo, right? Massive Boo Hancock. Yeah, massive Boo Hancock. But here I have, this is the best one though. This one. This is the best one. Of course. Gender Bender Boo, yeah. Gender Bender Luffy. It's very hot too, yeah. She's showing it all, man. It's very Luffy, man. She's just like showing it off, man. It's not of course actually revealing her, but it is kind of spicy, yeah. It's actually surprisingly spicy too. I think it's kind of funny that this box, right, of Luffy is also arguably like the most revealing figure box of all the characters. Of all the characters, they have never made another figure I feel is. Well, there's some Nami ones, I guess, that are very risky. Then of course you can buy these unofficial ones, not the 1:4 scale from some company that are not actually official, that are way riskier with like Ace and so on. Yeah, they're crazy. But this is an official figure, pop, you know, yeah. And this is actually probably one of the most revealing ones with Luffy, right? But yeah, you're gonna buy this Boa here, right? This is my biggest Muppet figure. Still haven't unboxed it. I let people vote, right, last year for either unboxing this one or Arena, and the Arena figure won then. The Arena figure is even bigger. The Arena figure is this big. It's my biggest figure. Arena Nakari. That figure is ridiculously big, but pretty cheap though. Yeah, pretty cheap. And then here I have, of course, the Bonnie figure, kind of the same style as the Nico Robin figure, right? Kind of the same company. What's called again? Glamour, right? Yeah, Glitter and Glamour. I have most of the characters in this design, you know. I think I have almost every One Piece female character in one of these Glitter and Glamour ones. I have like Vivi, Nami, etc. Right? You know, Yamato as well. I got 2 Yamato figures. Yeah, I got the big one over there, and then the other one over. It's a modern room. It's a modern room. Yeah, I got a big Yamato figure over there. Not the biggest one, but pretty big. But it's always like, I had this question from a coworker last year, and he was like, "Where do you even put all the stuff?" And I was like, "Yeah, that's a good question. Where do you even put all the stuff?" One reason to, honestly, don't tell anyone, but one reason why I don't unbox everything, right, isn't just for the whole mid conditioning. I'm a collector, of course, you know, you don't want to unbox them. But it's also because, honestly, it's easier this way, right? To some extent, it's just easier, right? If I have most of my figures still unboxed, I can have them, I can like put them, I can build them easier. I can Tetris them. It's easier, yeah. When you unbox the Arena figure, is that in my window now. She's like just a massive figure, right? It's really, really big, really hard to, this kind of figure, it's easier to kind of, you know, put them as like box, yeah. Tetris them, it's easier, honestly. That is one thing too. It gets kind of hard actually if you have too many of them. You know, like I have there is another over there, and the Arena and Rem is in the window over there. With Nesco now, you know. Actually, I put up a new Balkan poster this morning. Yeah, from Guilty Gear. So, yeah, put up this like. How's it? This massive What's the letter again? I don't know, Biken. I was like, what's her other name? Does she have like a surname? Or whatever. Biken. The hot chick from the hot chick from Guilty Gear, man. Asuka from Eva. Yeah. Raven is everyone freaking love Raven, man. Yeah, everyone loves Raven. Yeah, that's good. Female Jason from... What's that? Female Jason from Koto... What's that? I gotta Google that, man. Female Jason from... Kotobuaki. I haven't seen it before. She got abs at least. That's good. Yeah. It's like muscular... Freddy Krueger also put up here. What is this thing? It's like... 60 horror girls. Okay, I like it, yeah. Okay, of course. Yeah, that's nice. Yeah, but I got a Biken poster. Biken isn't my favorite character. Like, honestly, Biken isn't my favorite character. The reason I bought the Biken poster is because it just looks really good, you know? The artist is really nailed Biken, yeah. Like her positioning, her hair. But it's a really nice poster because Biken got this like massive pink long hair, right? So the poster is like covering that, and it looks really, yeah, Nico. Yeah. Of course, I assumed you made Nicole. I assumed you made Nico Robin, Nikolai Robin or something. But oh, yeah, what's my best poster? I think still my best poster is the musical poster. Okay, so I'm looking at it right now, right? All my walls are very colorful, right? I can never live in a life where stuff isn't very colorful, you know, I suppose. So you see behind me here, right, is the Wi-Fi wall, right? But obviously the Wi-Fi wall here is kind of censored right now. But so over there, Macadamia and so on, All Might and so on, right? So that wall over there is kind of like a shonen wall, right? Like that side. But over there though, in this one there I got kind of like the hen wall, right? So there I got like Miracle and Bike and so on, and they're very, very risque, right? But it's kind of like gratuitously risky, yeah, they're gratuitously risky, right? And then that wall over there I got kind of like Hibiki, Konosuba, Yorichi, kind of the gyro. I got like a gyro wall going on over there, yeah. In that direction, it's like a gyro wall. And on this wall here, on this side, here is like Spider-Man era, Captain America, Iron Man. So this side here is like the Marvel side, right? If you go like that. And then when you reach kind of when the wall meets in the house over there you got like Final Fantasy and so on. So I got like the video game, the corner. Yeah, basically the other side of my house, right, is kind of the video game corner where I have like Final Fantasy, you know, what all this kind of poster, right, you know, Persona 5 and so on. Yeah, that kind of stuff is over there. But I think still the best poster I can see here is the Miracle. Maybe I'm biased, but you know, you have a Miracle poster, you're like, yeah, Miracle. It's just the perfect, man. It's just Miracle, man. It's just Miracle. She's very muscular. She looks fine, you know. It's just like, yeah. It's just like a timeless art. It's a timeless art piece. It's just like, Miracle. It just works. It just works, man. Oh yeah, bastard statue. You probably shouldn't write that comment though. I've seen people lose their accounts writing weird comments, man. I'm gonna just. You shouldn't write. It happened in one of my streams, yeah, with one of my good old subscribers. So many years. He wrote like a joke about hand stuff like that. Not like that, but worse than that. And then he, yeah, auto removed his comment. But so thinking, yeah, I do have a Bible Black figure, which of course is like the, you know. Probably my best figure. I did a video maybe a year ago or so. I've never really seen it, but I made a video kind of spin-off of Muskeltension, right? Because I was joking that, you know, Rudy is the king of culture, but I'm the real king of culture, right? So I made a video when I bought that Kitami Reika figure. That might be my best figure from like a collective standpoint. If there's one figure that I have that is probably the highest value of nerdness is that I have a BB figure. Yeah, the Kitami figure. It's not the biggest figure. It wasn't that expensive. It was like not that cheap either. It actually probably was expensive for its size. No, but it was weird. So I know this guy well because I know him, IRL, so to speak. He wrote a comment and it was just like, but also the comment was bad though. Let's be honest. I was like immediately, that comment has to be removed, kind of thing, right? But he got in trouble for that, yeah. Not by me, of course, but then from some kind of system, right? But the comment was bad though. Like I mean, I agree with generally speaking system in that case, but also maybe a little harsh though. Yeah, I made a video, right, with BB and so on. That is probably like my most nerdy figure in a sense, honestly, right? Because it's just like, but I really love that figure because it's not like it's pretty tiny, right? But it's like a legendary anime, you know what I mean? Anime. No, but I think it's interesting, and I always love this thing. You know how I am, right? You're joking about Vogue stuff and so on, right? But I think it's interesting because when I was a kid, right? When I was like 15 or 16 or I saw it standing ad is coming too. Yeah, I love it. But when I was like 15 or 16 or something like that, guys, everyone had seen BioBlack, right? Anyone into anime had seen BB, right? Everyone had, right? Everyone had. Like, it wasn't just like, oh yeah. Because the thing is that I would argue, I think that most people that watch anime, not like super casual, but most people that watch more than like Demon Slayer, right? Have probably seen hand stuff sometime in their life, right? Whatever, right? More or less, right? But when I was a kid or a teenager, I guess, like 16, 15, right? That age, maybe a bit older, around that age, 15 to 18 or whatever. BB was like the hen show. Yeah, it was like the anime. It was that anime, right? It was the spicy anime. It was like one of the first animes ever, so to speak, right? BioBlack. It was one of the first animes ever. And it's really well done too, right? Honestly. I mean, the quality of the anime, the quality is really good, you know. That's the thing, right? What's the artist called now again? The artist is called... I should know the artist's name, because he's a pretty famous artist that did... he changed his name several times. But he also did, like, Starless. He was called Starless for a while, right? It was called... the old subscriber guy, yeah, he wrote a comment that was... he wrote a really bad comment. And then he actually got in trouble with the system, so to speak. Not by me, of course, but by the actual, gods, so to speak. But the comment was really bad, though. I mean, so I agree with him in that sense. Kinda, yeah. I was like, oh man, you know how it is. But it's interesting because I didn't report him. I just removed the comment, but it didn't matter. It was like the comment is in the system. You know what I mean? I was like, don't write it. Remove the comment. That kind of stuff. Oh yeah, that's nice. Oh yeah, but in UK Alien and so on. But yeah, you had those old stuff. People. It's interesting too because in the old days, the blurry line between what is anime and what is not anime, so to speak, wasn't as clear, right? Because you like I said, right, back in the days, everyone had basically seen BB because it was the only H anime we had, right? So the other few H anime we had, they were kind of like, are they anime or this thing? Because we didn't have many animes, so we had like 10 animes, whatever, right? And of those 10 animes, 3 of them were kind of like seinen, right? With a lot of tomato use and so on. So it was kind of that thing where people wasn't really even sure what, like, okay, is this like, is this 18 plus or not? Yeah, people didn't even know. It was kind of like, oh, this is like really brutal, I guess. It's like some depth in it. So I think it also really kind of made it different like 20 plus years ago. Because today, right, you have so many animes in every genre that is very well defined, like this is shonen, these animes, you know what I mean? But like in the 90s, it was like, you have these animes. It wasn't really clear, like, for the shops or whatever, yeah. I think where I grew up, the only shop that had anime in the 90s, they only had like 2 animes, basically, right? Attention Mojo and Oh My God is, right. It was the only animes they had, basically, that they were selling. Like VHS tapes back in the days. Yeah, exactly. They were cartoons. Yeah, of course. And some of them always thought it was just cartoons for children. Absolutely. That's a fun too thing. We all know that stuff. That's classic, right? Yeah. That they all thought it was cartoons for children, right? That's a classic thing too. That they all thought it was just like cartoonish stuff, right? But generally speaking, I also go back to my BB stuff. No, but I think let's point out. I think that my BB figure is the most nerdy thing ever, because I really do think that anyone into anime, that is like not an 18-year-old millennial, so to speak, that is not Generation X or whatever, but anyone into anime that is like started watching anime before it was popular, so to speak. Everyone has seen BB, right? Because that was the only hate show we basically had, right? So everyone has seen it. Everyone knows about Kitami and so on. Everyone knows it's like the foot anime too. Bad thing with BB too is like the first anime they had like foot Naruto. Yeah, it's like BB was like the first anime to also had foot stuff. It was like immediately everything happened in that. They had so much genre too. Yeah, BB was very not vanilla too. Yeah, it had so many crazy stuff happening too, and it got like a really good storyline and so on. It was crazy. Saturday, yeah. No, exactly. So it used to be. But anyway, that's something interesting too, I think. How it was like better done too. But yeah, I think one thing interesting is like I'm thinking about here with hate stuff is that the few animes we had, I think, back in the days that were spicy, so to speak, right? They also looked pretty good. Yeah, most of them were really high quality too. There weren't that many of them, so they were also really, really high quality. Power Girl, the woman that can't handle a tree. Isn't Power Girl the woman with the worst power ever? She's like, oh no, I'm a Superman, but I can't handle wood or something. She's like, her kryptonite is tree, right? Lumber or so on. It's like, hit her with a branch, she dies. Isn't that Power Girl? She got like the worst, the worst weakness ever. Her kryptonite is everything on planet Earth, basically. It's like a leaf. And she's like, oh no, kryptonite! She can only fight in cities. Isn't that... I never get how she works, but because obviously she should be basically useless everywhere except on like Antarctica or something. But I guess she can still fight to some extent, right? But yeah, Sakura, of course, is a classic character. And for that man, I said earlier in the stream, beginning of the stream, right? Obviously I love Zelda, but I am probably more excited for Street Fighter 6, right? That is actually probably the game I'm most excited for this year. Probably. F16, of course, also coming in the same weeks there. It is, next month is crazy. Yeah, this year feels very crazy because last year, I don't think it was a very good game a year. You had some good games. Obviously, Elden Ring was like super popular. But if you ignore Elden Ring, I don't think last year was like very good. You basically had Elden Ring, you played for a few months, right? You had Elden Ring you can spend a time in. But this year, we have, Zelda now, right, so to speak. Already this month here. And then in a month from now, we have Street Fighter. We have Diablo 4, which I probably won't play that much though. But, it's like, Diablo 4 still though. And also, and F16, right, in the same month. Next month is crazy. Yeah, next month I got 3, like, super, super huge titles. And honestly, for their own value, it's kind of dumb of them to all release in the same time. Yeah, like, I think some people definitely are gonna be there. Should I buy D4 or SF6, right? Because they're both like a time sync PvP games and so on. So I think people are probably gonna buy a lot of them. I probably won't actually buy D4 to begin with, because I feel I'm gonna play a lot of Street Fighter, right? And then maybe I buy Diablo 4 eventually. So. But isn't Power Girl? Yeah, I mean, I know Power Girl could be massive op-eyes, of course. Power Girl massive op-eyes. Yeah, Futabo is definitely kind of iconic too, but BB is like the first one. Isn't Futabo has to be done like 10 years later than BB. But I think Futabo has to be produced like someone. I look more, when it comes to BB, I look at BB more as the older, the first one. I look at it more as the most cultural, iconic, and I really mean culture, right? A lot of people use the word culture wrong, right? For example, my beloved friend Mad Lad, right? He uses the word wrong, right? Culture, and I studied culture because I work with this stuff, right? Culture is more like something that we all, change or whatever, right? A tradition of sorts, or maybe art or whatever, right? And it can be depending on what culture it is, right? But when we talk about anime culture and like Japanese culture or whatever, right? Of course, the futanari thing is a big part of like Japanese pop culture, right? And BB is like the first one, right? Almost, right? That's why I look at BB as an actual. BB is an actual like culturally important video game in that sense, right? Because it actually is like the first game and then also the first big hate stuff that had a bunch of futas, right? Yeah, it was like the first big futanari. I mean, today there's like incredibly popular genre. It's like the most popular genre of hen stuff, right? And hen stuff today is the most popular, grown-up stuff, right? In many countries, like in many European countries, right? Like Sweden and so on, hate stuff is more popular than A stuff, and normal stuff, yeah. So that's kind of the way I look at it, I don't really, yeah. I mean, with Futaba and so on, I think more as in Bible is like the most iconic one, right? It's the cultural one, you know what I mean? And I guess that's why I like it the most because it's a culturally correct pick. No, but I say it all the time. I'm always very interested in, from my own research and studies, right? I'm always very interested in like how does a culture start? If it makes sense. What is like the initiator of a fashion or whatever, right? And I think that BB is like the initiator of a fashion of certain kinds of pop culture, right? That's what I think is very interesting, you know what I mean? I think it's like it's created that genre almost, right? And that's why it's a very, very iconic piece of media, right? Similar to how Zelda is like the creation of these kind of like adventure games where you find stuff or whatever, right? But that's that's why I mean the figure earlier. That I think having the BB figure is kind of like the most cultural thing, right? Because I made a video and I call it "I'm the King of Culture." Of course, I don't do it with Mad Lab, but I was like, it's kind of fun. It's like this is the really culture thing, man. Is to actually know what culture is. And like I said with you, right? Specifically, Space Fire Door that we had earlier this week, right? I think it's so funny to be that guy. I don't do too much with him, but I think it's so funny is how he hates characters like Loom and so on, right? He hates his old retro characters, right? He hates this like the foundation of these characters. And Loom, of course, basically made a Loom. She's the first alien, best girl, coming in this thing, very, very forceful, darling, and so on, right? So for me, right, he's just a funny person too. I mean, funny as a, tragic way, right? Because he's like funny tragic to me. Because how can you call yourself a man of culture or whatever in this whole thing, and you don't respect like the origin of a trope? You know what I mean? Like, if you're gonna be a cultural man, right, and again, and really care about culture, you have to respect the first thing that created a genre. That doesn't make any sense to me. Like you can't hate the origin story of a genre. Like it doesn't make any sense. Like it's just crazy. Yeah. I don't think BB was the first one. Yeah, you're right. But I think BB was the first one that was like, yeah. But I think BB, yeah. I think you're technically right, of course. But I think BB is like by far like 100 times more popular. They call it the BB and so on. But BB had like a really good game too, Like the actual game of BB, because I've beaten the game, right? The actual BB game is pretty good too. But the actual storyline is pretty good. And it's a hard game too. You die all the time and so on. It's actually a pretty well-made game that then turned into an anime. Yeah, the actual video game is actually pretty like, detailed and so on. Yeah, it's like tragically funny. I like the rant. No, seriously, I made a video not about him, but another guy. They skipped over like 9 episodes of One Piece, and he sent all these death threats to me and so on, right? I just laughed at it, right? I was like, I just laughed at it. That's me, man. I used to laugh at threats. No, but that was ridiculous, man. I called this other guy out, right? I won't say his name here, but I made a video about him actually, because it was so ridiculous, because me and Memory also called him out, because he did these reactions, right? And I say reaction in the loser's term, he would basically show the whole anime, you know what I mean? Like copyright craziness, like he would do this thing, you know what I mean? He would show the whole anime and sit like this, in the corner and say nothing, and be like, huh. He would do that thing, right? Or, of course, he would have the full screen, but he would have the anime, when you say nothing. So, he was like the most ridiculous, non-reactor at all, right? And then he jumped in to like, I don't know, One Piece episode 860 or 50 and started watching it from there, right? And of course his reaction was just to sit there and be like, huh, and then show the whole anime right? With audio and everything, right? So it's a pure, way to just get views, right? By actually bootlegging the anime. Not even fair use, right? That guy wasn't even fair use. At least I could argue that Mad Lad is maybe fair use, but that guy wasn't fair use. It wasn't even like, it was just ridiculous, right? He just like showed the anime, right? Giving no commentary to it, no opinion about it, right? And so on. And then doing it with an anime that's been going on for like 20 years, right? It was the most ridiculous thing ever. But anyway, I said it's contest, right? Because Mad Lad and those other guys, right, in that kind of community, they know that I made a video about him and called him out, right? And he got angry and chatted me on Twitter and so on, and some other guys for all that. So they were all involved in that mess, right? Of that kind of that drama, right? So he knows, right? And then 1 year later, he does the same thing. Right? You know what I mean? Like, he's like, what's wrong with you? That's why he's like, oh god, this person, man. He does the same thing, and it makes it even dumber too. I said it to again, but he keeps messaging me to it. He keeps DMing me on Twitter and so on, and like begging me, right? To like, oh, please share my video to your subs or whatever. And I'm like, why? Why would I do that? Like, I hate your video. You know what I mean? Even if I was like, no. Even if I liked you, I probably wouldn't do that. Because I think it's kind of weird to be like, hey, check out my bro. I mean, it depends, right? You know what I mean? It feels kind of weird to do that. But I was like, I dislike this thing, right? Like, why would I do that? You know that I dislike this phony stuff. It makes so little sense, right? That's why I called him out, or openly, like several times after that. But it was weird too, because then I called him out for it, right? Him as well, and I probably honestly should have made a video about it, honestly. But I don't want to make that YouTube drama, but I probably should make a video about it when it happened. I was like, this is so ridiculous. So I called him out on Twitter and so on, right? And I made this long thing about it, right? And he is tragically funny, because when I did that, he came back to me in the Twitter feed, right? But I was like, this is such a phone thing. And he's like, I don't understand the critique. He doesn't even understand my critique to him, right? Like, he's just so lost, man. It's not that I feel sorry for him, but I'm like, how can't you understand what my critique is, right? Like, how can't you... It is not normal to skip 1,014 episodes, right? I keep saying it, but it's like watching Harry Potter movie part 2 and not having seen the other movies and not even part 1 of movie 9. And reviewing that. It doesn't make any sense. And when someone critiques you and say, that doesn't seem very rational to do, you're like, I don't even understand why you're critiquing me for. Like, I mean, like, it's just completely lost, man. I was like, why? You can't even understand my critique. I'm just like, oh my god. I could rant about this game for hours, but it's just so funny, man. But yeah, people did also say that. But it's so funny too, because I get comments all the time, right? Especially on mashup, right? People put me on these mashups, and then other people comment and say, oh, this guy talks too much, He shouldn't be in the match, in the mashup reaction, right? And I'm just like, yeah, because I make my videos for my audience, right? They may or may not like it, but obviously my videos aren't like intended to be in a mashup. If you put the mashup whatever, right? Do it. Well, I don't care really. Usually they actually ask me first though. A lot of mashup channels actually usually mail me and ask me, not per video, but for general permission, right? Like whatever. But I have to do it basically. Have roughly do that. Especially Japanese mashup guys, they're much nicer, so they usually ask you and so on. But anyway, right? I'm just like, no, my video is not thinking that, oh, I can't speak at this moment because this guy's speaking. I'm just gonna say what I want, right? But it's so funny. I see it all the time, If I go to mashup videos, people are like, oh, this guy and that guy, they talk too much at the same time, so this is a bad mashup. I'm like, yeah, of course we do, because our videos are made separately from each other. They're not made to be like a conversation between each other, right? They're not like a podcast between us, right? They're two separate videos. There's a third guy here taken together. I see it all the time. But yeah, I also, of course, massive dislike people that don't say anything. Yeah, you sit there. What's the point then, right? What's the point? I don't get it. I can't watch those people that just sit there. That's good, but yeah, everyone except him. No, but I mean, what I'm talking about. He's a fake, right? I don't get it either. I don't get it, man. I mean, I know he actually buys subs or what. I mean, I know he does that stuff. Obviously, I mean, he had this period he had this period where I remember on the channel and he had lost subscribers for like a whole month every day. And then suddenly he gained like 10% of his total subscribers in one day without having more views, okay? I'm like, so on. And I've seen his videos have like 100 views and 100 likes and so on. So he's obviously like doing that stuff. He's obviously doing that stuff. But yeah, I don't get it still though in that sense, because I feel every time people are aware that a person is a faker, right, or a phony, you just lose interest in them, right? So it's interesting to me how he can still grow, ignoring the fake stuff then that he gets or whatever. But it's interesting to me because it's so obvious that he's faking it right now. Because the way I look at it, right, I don't think it's very interesting to look at it, but the way I look at it is that, what can I say? Let's say that if I claim that every anime is amazing, if I say that every anime that I'm reviewing, reacting, or video gaming, Zelda, whatever, if I say that everything is 10 out of 10, right, then nothing is 10 out of 10. And that's the way I look at him mostly, right? Because he will just fake react to anything. If you jump into One Piece, right, not having seen any arc before at Wano, just being at Wano and say, oh, this is the best fight ever. How do you know it? You didn't know the cats, right? You have no idea what's happening, right? And if you say it every time, it means nothing, right? It has no value anymore. It's just kind of like how words are overused, right, in the current political landscape. The same thing, like, if everyone calls everyone the R word or the V word or this word or whatever, right, it has no value, right? Because it's kind of like, the whole idea of when a boy cries wolf, right? If this boy says, oh, here comes the wolf, and it's a lie, when the wolf actually arrives and he says that, right, people are going to believe him. That's kind of how I feel with Simply Mad Lad and similar people to him, right? It's like, I'm just like, what's the point of watching any of your videos if you always say that you love everything, right? Because then I know you're lying about most of your videos, right? Because I know you're mostly lying all the time, because you can't love everything equally much. Yeah, he might genuinely like it, but that's the thing, that you don't know. That's what I mean. He might, not just him, not just Mad, but I mean all the people like him, Yes, he might genuinely, he might genuinely like the anime, but you can't know that because he's gonna claim that he loves every anime 10 out of 10, right? You can't know that. You can't know, and that's the problem, right? And I think it's the same thing as I mentioned with political stuff, right? If you call everyone the R word over and over and over again, so suddenly it's gonna be like, who is not that thing, right? Like, it has no value anymore. It's the exact thing with political stuff. It has no value anymore. That's why I always say that the whole, like, about the wokeness and so on is so dumb, right? Because usually people on the left then, right? And the right too, but people on the left, because the left is more with words, right? They overuse certain words, right? All the time, right? And I think that the right also too, with the woke and so on, yeah. I say it's woke more sarcastically, hopefully people, yes, mostly sarcastically. But I think the right does the same thing too. They call everything woke. Everything is woke. I'm like, no, not everything is woke either, you know what I mean? And but yeah, anything you overuse, right? It stops having a value. It stops having value. And if you say that every anime is the best anime ever, no anime is actually good, right? And also you have to always wonder if the person is being genuine or being authentic or whatever, right? Which of course you are, and this person we know for a fact isn't, right? Because he does fake reaction, literally, right? So he can't be authentic. I mean, objectively can't be. But I think even other people, and I don't say the names here, but obviously I think many other channels do the same thing, right? At lesser effect, honestly, lesser effect. I mean, this guy like jumping into episode 1000 as episode 1. I mean, it doesn't make sense. But other people do the same thing where they just love everything, right? Everything is the best thing ever. Like, no, it isn't, right? It's just bullshit. And I don't know. It's the same thing. There's another anime guy that hates me probably these days. I don't know, but he hates everything, right? Exactly, centrist. I'm obviously all centrist, right? I'm a liberal centrist, yeah. But the thing is that I'm from Sweden, so I'm probably like right wing in Sweden. The thing is that I'm from Sweden, right? And if you're a centrist in Sweden, that means that you are like super, then you're basically so right that you're like the bottom hellhole somewhere over here, right? In Swedish society. But honestly, Sweden is so left, right, that compared to any other country, it's basically like the most right-wing party in Sweden would be like, it's much further left than the Democrats. Literally, like much further left. So it's kind of funny saying that, because I do think that from a political standpoint, I'm like central left, something like that, in American, right? In an American context, I'm probably like centrist leftist, right? Which means that I am like super right in Sweden. Which means something like that. Which means that I'm like hellishly somewhere over here on the right. Yeah, it's like crazy. Yeah, but that's funny. That is so funny. What you said now, that is so funny. There is one thing that I think is so funny with the whole censorship, right? And that is that, and you probably, because you as me, right, coming from the older speak, when I was younger, right, it was Jack Thompson, right? It was Jack Thompson, yeah. When I was younger, it was the right wings trying to censor video games, right, because they had violence, right? And it was Jack Thompson, and everyone hated him, and he was very, he was like everyone in the game industry. This guy, he was the nightmare and all that stuff, and he was censoring stuff, right? And then 10 years later, we had Anita Sarkeesian, and she has literally the exact same argument he has, just that it's sex instead of violence, right? The exact same argument. Or if you play this game and you do this thing in the game, you gotta do it in real life. She had the exact same argument that Jack Thompson had, but then of course the industry loved her. Yeah, that was so weird to me. I was like, no, she has literally the exact same logical argument he had. You can't change your mind now 10 years later and suddenly believe her 100% right. That is so crazy though. That is so crazy with the whole thing, because it used to be Jack Thompson. He was kind of like the soccer mom. He was kind of like the conservative, family person oriented over here, and then Anita was kind of representing the left or whatever, right? But it's so weird in the game industry how, obviously we know why, but still it was such a crazy thing that everyone hated this guy, but everyone loved her, but like officially everyone loved her, right? Even though they had the exact same censoring argument. It is crazy. Like, it's really crazy, because Jack Thompson was debunked, right, so many times. APA, right, they went to Supreme Court, right, or the hearings, whatever. But yeah, APA had this long thing, right, talking about video games and how it doesn't affect violence, how you can play video games and it won't change your mind at all for relax, all right. So they did all of that, right, for like 20 plus years, and debunked everything when it comes to video games and likelihood of committing crimes or whatever, right, in any kind of aspect, right? And then 10 years later, here comes Anita, and so will Queen, and there's like, oh, but it does this thing instead. And of course, the science was already there. No, it doesn't, right? The science has already disproved them. The science has already proved that you don't get affected either way, right? Not in an X-way or in a Y. No, not at all. But yet somehow everyone really cared about that, right? And that has of course bothered me for the last 10 years now. It's really bothered me for the last 10 years. But yeah, Hillary Clinton. Everyone hated games in the beginning, right? But yeah, Anita is. But it isn't just Anita, right? It's a whole her whole army, right, and people around and so on. But I think the bigger issue with Anita is, of course, not actually what she said, right? It is the issue of. It's the bigger issue is the whole. What can I say that? The lack of logic, right? The lack of logic. Yeah. If you already have debunked this whole thesis, right? Like 10 years before her, why should you care about what she's saying? It doesn't make any sense. And she's been debunked, of course, so many times as well, right? But even if you don't even debunk her, you don't even have to. She's already debunked for started, right? But obviously, it's because of the political landscape, right? The people love her, right? Or he's talking about. But yeah, I can rant about myself all the day, man. But it really makes me think, though. That's true, though. That is true. I remember. Not just in Diablo 4, but I remember it was Here's the Storm. Yeah, Here's the Storm, right? When they like really made Jaina fat or something. Yeah, something like that. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe it was Here's the Storm. And Jaina in some of the patches really like they added like her she was like She gained like 50 pounds or something. She gained like 50 pounds. I was like, really, Blizzard? Back in my days when I worked there, we wouldn't have done that. No, but it was just ridiculous. That was like 4 or 5 years ago. You were like, whoa, they really like... And I also changed Jaina's portrait in Hearthstone. Yeah, they changed her Hearthstone image, right? And also made her fatter. You're like, really? Like, they fatted her mouth or something, yeah. It's ridiculous, man. And I think it's so ridiculous too because, I mean, okay, let's ignore... Let's for argument's sake, right? Let's say that, okay, we need to be more inclusive. So when we make a new video game, like Diablo 4, okay, we need to give the barbarian a little more, fat or whatever. Okay, fine, Like, we need to be more like that. Okay, fine. Let's just assume that that's a good thing, right? That's one, but I think that's one thing. But the other thing, to go back to old games and repatch them to make the character more ugly. That to me is very extreme. I think that's a huge difference, right? If you make a new game and at least say, oh, we need to have some fat souls. Okay, fine, whatever, right? Yeah. But going back to old games and like fattening them out, that is crazy. That is really questionable. Like, is that we should? I mean, just from like a budget standpoint, is that we should pay your artists to do? Spend a few weeks going back and like making character uglier and fatter or something? Like, is that what you want to do with your money? Instead of paying your artists to make new characters? Because if anything, I mean, I would rather pay them, right, to make new, fatter characters than in Diablo 4, but that looks better. I mean, not better as in, like, not fat, but, with the effects or whatever, yeah, or visual design and so on, yeah. Wouldn't you rather have that? Make them look, like, really appealing, still being fatter, but, like, wouldn't you make them have that? No, we're gonna spend time just uglying up old characters. It's just, yeah, Necker was a waifu, though, in D3, though, but... But it is weird. I always say this on this topic here. For me, it was always the breaking point. I think was Mortal Kombat, right? Mortal Kombat was the breaking point, in my opinion, though. I said it so many times over the years, right? But in MK, that you can have the most violent video game ever, right? Mortal Kombat's all about like brutalities and fatalities, right? This like insane game with tomato juices flying everywhere. Everyone is being cut in half, It's like the most crazy game ever, right? Mortal Kombat is just crazy 18 plus, right? In that sense. But at the same time, is it MK10, right? MK9? Whatever, 10 I think, right? In that game, suddenly all the female characters were fighting in bikinis in the game, in the last game before, right? Suddenly, they all have to fight in burqas. It's like, what is happening? Like, what is happening? You came from, like, every character is dressed like Marin-chan, right? They're all fighting in their bikinis, right? Yeah. And then the next game, they're all fighting in tents. Like, not only was it, like, incredibly censored, but it was just like, the difference, right, from it wasn't like a gradual thing. It was just like, okay, they used to all be in bikinis, but now they're fat and in their burqas. Yeah, and it's like, what is happening? Like, literally, her name was Scarlet, like, yeah, Scarlet. She literally in a burqa. Yeah, you're like, what is this thing? Like, what is this thing? Not against burqas per se, right? But it's just like, it doesn't make, yeah, she used to fight in like a really tight red bikini, and now she's like in a red burqa. You're like, this didn't make any sense. And of course it made even less sense that, she's fighting in this incredibly overdressed clothing, right? So you can't see anything. Yet body parts are like everywhere, right? So he was like, how can they be in a game like this? But I mean, it ruined my respect, right? For Mortal Kombat. Not only did it ruin the waifus, but it's ruined my respect, right? For Ed Boon and NetherRealm and so on. I haven't bought their games since I saw that, right? Because I refuse. I just completely felt, okay, but you have such an incredibly dishonest take on it, right? Because if you actually do care then, if you as a developer care about, if I make this thing, it's gonna affect, young lives or whatever, right? The whole argument, I can't make video games because people are gonna, take it into real life or whatever, If you make that, right, if that's your argument, because whatever is a logical argument Ed Boon has, right? He's arguing that if you show the women in bikinis, men are gonna get rowdy, I guess, right? That's his argument. On the same time, he's making the most like violent video game ever, right? Like everything, right? So how can you have it at the same time? Because that thing will definitely make people worse, right? That thing will definitely make people run around and do worse crime, right? So, but but I think it's so ridiculous. I think that NetherRealm Studio is probably in a way the most pathetic game studio ever done. And also, it just feels so lame, right? You know, like you have a game studio that has been notoriously fighting censorship, right? They've been fighting censorship for like 20 years because everyone hated them, right? I'm not the gamers, but I mean everyone around, you know, all the politicians, everyone hated their studios, right? They hated them. Their games were so mean and all that stuff, right? They got so much critique, you know what I mean? They've been fighting that stuff, right, since the beginning, right? And suddenly the years went like super woke, right? That to me is so lame too. It's kind of like, weren't you against the machine? Weren't you the company that was like, we can do what we want, freedom of speech, freedom of opinion, whatever, freedom of art, whatever, right? Weren't that your company? Weren't you like, we have the freedom to make any art we want? Like, I mean art as in a culture, not a video game, but I mean art as in, you know, a creation, right? And then to say that, but in our creation, we're gonna have to follow the woke crowd though, for some reason. I mean, that to me is so ridiculous. You could have a company, they've been fighting for like freedom of speech 20 years, and suddenly they're completely like, okay, we're just gonna follow in line and do exactly what they want, you know. We're gonna, it's just the embarrassment, right? It's embarrassment. And I mean, I like fighting games a lot, right? But I was never their biggest fan anyway. I never really loved their system fighting games compared to, you know, more anime and so on, right? Fighting games like Guilty Gear. So it was an easy break for me. I haven't played a game since like MQ9 or whatever. It's an easy break for me. I played the first Aaron Black game, then I never went back. I was like, nope, this is where I stand my ground there. It's an interesting thing where it's an interesting thing that Nintendo is a little bit like that. Yeah, it's an interesting thing that Nintendo is a little bit like, should be the kind of comments though, but yeah, don't write words like that, man. But it's an interesting thing that Nintendo is a little more, what can I say? I guess you compare Nintendo to Sony, I guess, right? Yeah, and PlayStation so on. PlayStation are notoriously censoring, right? Xbox is better as well, right? Yeah, and PlayStation is notoriously terrible. It's like Devil May Cry 5 and so on. And Nintendo is for whatever reason the least. Yeah, they just like whatever, just do what you want. Yeah, Nintendo has become like the haven for like, I just want to do some etching game. Fine, do it. Yeah, we don't care. We don't care, guys. But I guess Nintendo kind of is very Japanese, right? Their approach is like, whatever, do what you want. Yeah, it's like we do art. Yeah, I guess they don't really care in that, you know. Where of course Sony is legendary, occupied by their what's it? Californian brand, right? Yeah, Sony is very famous, right, for their what's to say it. This is like woke, right? Yeah, and I don't mean it of course in a joking term. Yeah, Sony is woke in a literal term. They're very woke, and it's. I mean, I said it last year when Sony bought Funimation, right? Or sorry, when Crunchyroll bought Funimation, which is Sony, right? So when Sony bought Crunchyroll, we all knew that that anime was going to get censored more, right? We all knew that. And one thing that bothers me though, honestly, with the whole censorship conversation, right, so big, is that people love, in America, I guess mostly, love to sit and say that, well, anime is awesome, right? Manga and anime is amazing. The Japanese, they are amazing. They make great stuff and so on. And they never care about the Americans and the censoring and the woke and so on. But that is not true, you know. We see so many video games over all the years, right? And also anime, where they clearly do care about their Western audience, right? Unfortunately, they do. And I said it for many years. It is not a good thing. That's the way. That's one thing. It's not a good thing, right? Anime is mainstream, yeah, in that way, right? Because clearly they do care. Clearly that anime is selling in America and so on is, from a censor standpoint, a very bad thing, because they are gonna censor more animes in the future and so on, right? To be easier to sell it in America, clearly, or actually not to sell it, but what they believe it's easy to sell, right? You know, but of course they actually can be hard to sell in America when they censor it. But they think that's gonna be easy to sell it to be fitting into Americans, you know, mindset. But it actually gonna be hard, of course, because the reason anime and manga sell so well is because it doesn't follow the American mindset. That's so stupid too. But yeah, they're obviously gonna follow in line that, right? Yeah, Xbox has like no games, but I mean Xbox. I mean, all the people make games in the console. Someone does that, you know. Like Devil May Cry was less censored than Sony. But yeah, I'm not looking forward to anime getting more popular. I guess. No, but it is like it's so clear. You know, for example, Nier, right? You know, I'm a big Nier fan. When Nier, the first Nier was released, right, in America and Europe, yeah, you had to play as father Nier, right? You couldn't play as mother Nier. Like that kind of stuff, it's so weird. You know, that stuff is so weird, you know. Like Nier, this is 2010, right? 10 years ago? Or whatever that. I think it's 10. So when Nier was released in 10, I believe, yeah, this censored it, but also they removed the main character, right? And instead you have to play as father Nier. Which is like, why? Like, because the American branch of some Square or whatever told them that, oh, but in America, no one could relate to like a brother saving his sister. A brother ever do that? We're gonna have it has to be the father. Right? I mean, is that thing too? Who says that? Who's sitting there in America like, it's a pretty good video game, but you can't play as an older brother saving his sister. Unrelatable, yeah, you know, like Tanjiro and Nesco. No one cares about that. You can't have like an older brother saving his sister's life. No one would ever buy that, you know. Like, who says that? I was thinking, like, who the f said that, you know? That guy has to be really loose, man. Like, who says that, man? Like, oh, yeah, it needs to be a dad, yeah. It's like then the game will sell, right? And of course they changed that, and there wasn't the process thing, but. And then obviously censored Kane and so on, and then censored Kane's language and all that stuff, right? And her buttocks and so on, right? But yeah, it's just so weird. That to me is really weird. Who thinks that now we can't have like an older brother being the main character? That doesn't make any sense. Like who comes up with that? Like that's the line they want to take. They're like no, it has to be dad. Yeah, it's like what? But yeah. But exactly, yeah, it is mainstream because they don't follow American standards, mostly, right? Oh yeah, Gerudo Ladies Urbosa. I read the first chapter in the manga for the anime was out, right? Did a video about it, okay, was that 2-3 years ago? And yeah, the manga is crazy, yeah, the manga is very crazy. The anime was censored. I mean, most anime is censored, right? Like, there was one anime I'm watching right now. Oh yeah, Heavenly Delusion. It goes right now, right, on Saturdays, which is a very weird anime. That anime is apparently heavily censored. It's a really weird anime, but episode 1, the main character is kissing her own reflection, okay? It's a really weird scene. She's in the bathroom and she kisses her own, you know, goes in and kisses her own reflection. It's really weird. But of course she's in the bathroom, so obviously her body is, you know, shown, right? But of course in the manga, apparently you see everything, basically, right? And in the anime, it's censored, kind of, you know, with smoke and so on, yeah. So, of course, the anime censors stuff all the time, yeah, it's just, yeah, but I think that we keep seeing a lot of Japanese companies talking about having their own publishing one, like Kodansha Manga, and then they censor it on their platform anime for some reason. But yeah, I remember when Square Enix started their own manga. Square Up is called, right? Square Enix Up, and they're censoring knees. They're like, oh, we can't have a knee, man. They have like a knee, and they're censoring this part. You know, we can't have like a knee. We can't have a woman showing her knees. It's like a Victorian era. Yeah, we can't. Oh, I can see that woman's ankle over there. Put her in jail. Yeah, you're like, what? That was the best thing ever, man. Like Japanese manga published like, we can't show people's knees and so on. And there was one scene where, what was the name again? Vermilion Gold, you know, Vermilion Gold, the soccer boss character, right? In one scene, there's a black box over her. I read the first chapter, it's ridiculous. So there's one scene, this is her face. You only see her face, and then they censor the whole body. This is like a black square on her whole box with his stats. And you're just like, what is this? It's so ridiculous. It looks so ridiculous. I mean, I still have the Boa figure, you know? It's like, if I censor myself, right? Of course, this figure here is, I'm like, Oh, there we go. My table is working. There we go. Okay, that doesn't work at all. Okay. This box is way too big. But imagine the censorship being like this, right? You know, like I sit like this, so you can't see my face. I'm like, hey guys, yeah. The whole anime, you know, it's like it's just like her face is behind this box, you know. It looks. Yeah, I can imagine, right? But I think that new animes, to some extent, they are censored because they go on TV and so on, right? There is some Japanese laws to it as well. It isn't just American laws or whatever. But I also see that they still, that they think, oh, how can we sell it in America? Oh, we need to censor it. We need to make it American safe or whatever. I say it here, right? As a European, I always felt I was in the middle somewhere, you know? As a European, I always felt I was in the middle. Because it's like, Europe is somewhere, interesting enough, I think, between America and Japan. In the East and the West, right? Funny enough. It's kind of how it's located too, you know? Yeah, it's like the old world between the West and the East. But it actually kind of is, because European comics, like Torgal and Monty and this one, they are quite spicy, right? They're very spicy. They're quite brutal and so on. But they're not as spicy and brutal as, you know, stuff in Japan, right? They're not as crazy as the Japanese, you know? But they're kind of crazy, right? And they're definitely more crazy than the Americans. So I do find that European comics, like Belgian, of course, most of that, and France comics, Belgian and Franco comics, they tend to be way more spicy, right? Than American ones, way more. But not as, maybe as Japanese. But when it comes to X stuff, though, then they are very spicy. I remember, not many people have read this comic book, right? I suppose, outside of Europe. But I think people know what Spirou is, right? Marsupilami, Spirou and so on. It's this classic, you know, Belgian comic, right? About a guy, I guess, fighting crime, I guess. It's very Tintin-like, you know. But anyway, Spirou has this thing called Young Spirou, okay? Le Petit Spirou, probably I think it's called in France, right? Le Petit Spirou, probably. Hope I said the right word now. So I read it in Le Petit Spirou, right? I think it's called. So I only read it in France as a kid. I don't read it in because my family is, you know, half France, half Belgian. So yeah, Le Petit Spirou. Exactly, that's right, good. So I didn't have the wrong word there. What is it called? I think it's called Young Spirou in English. Young, yeah, Die kleine Robbe, yeah, Young Spirou. But anyway, so Young Spirou then is a Belgian comic, right? A spin-off of the OG Spirou stuff. So again, Spirou is kind of like Tintin, right? If you haven't seen Spirou or Spirou, it's like Tintin. He runs around with his friend and they're fixing crime. He got a really cool animal called Marsupilami, right? With his tail is really classic, a very classic Belgian comic, right? But Young Spirou, yeah, is about obviously Le Petit Spirou. Young Spirou is a kid, right? You know, little like 10-year-old Spirou. It's pure hand stuff basically. It's crazy. Like that comic book is crazy. If you haven't read it, check out Le Petit Spirou. Every storyline is about the young kid Spirou, right? Just trying to get Pansu basically. It's just like, oh, I'm gonna look at my teacher's Pansu. Yeah, like the whole storyline. It's like the most etchy, weirdest comic book ever. Where he's like, oh yeah, my friend, he got a really hot sister. I'm gonna go over there and try to steal her. You know, it's like that's kind of like every adventure in that book. And it's like 40 books to it. It's like a crazy amount of pages too. It's like, I don't know, many volumes. It's been produced for years, right? And it's basically like an ecchi manga. It's like a hardcore ecchi manga. It's like a harem ecchi manga, right? About like super horny Spirou, right? It's really weird. And that comic book and all the similar comic book are very popular in, you know, in like Belgium and in France, right? Yeah, and because their culture, right? In their culture, that stuff is just you know, fine, right? Yeah, in their culture, that's how it's like expected. So it's really weird because, of course, in European comics, right, especially those countries, right, the X stuff is not censored at all. Yeah, like in America, of course. They're like, oh no, put her in a burqa, right? In a Belgian comic, it's like, yeah, no clothing. It's like nothing. It's so no censored. Yeah, they're like, what? Yeah, he's like opposite. It is like I read as a kid, right? because you know, my family is like you know, partially like, you know, 50% France, a little bit, right, side of my family, Belgium, France, right. So I read all this Belgian comics. And they're big in Sweden too, okay. They're big in Sweden and Norway, so on as well. The Belgian comics are very big in Europe, generally speaking. But yeah, so I read this comics, right, as a kid, right. And I was like, man, this is crazy, man. That's how I love Lavina. That's how I got into the. No, I'm just kidding. But a little bit, I was like, I do think it's easier as a European, honestly, if you grew up with European comic books, to get into anime, because you're like, yeah, you're like, yeah, horror jokes. I've seen this before. It's a little more like, yeah, I get this thing. But honestly, you know, of course that One Piece, especially One Piece, but One Piece and other manga are incredibly big in France, right? You know. Manga is massive in France, especially One Piece. It's very, very popular in France, right? And I think a reason why is not only because, okay, they have like a big Belgian, France comics, you know, sphere, right? So they read a lot of comic books. Certainly that's the biggest factor. So as a culture, they just like to read comics, right? And mangas, sure, obviously. But the second thing I would say is because that whole thing, right? That they also are kind of like, in the French comics, right? Because they're as etchy as the Japanese manga, if even not worse, that time. Right? So so for them, right? They're reading like Love Hina, whatever, right? Tension Morgan and so on. They're like, yeah, let's go, you know. Honestly, maybe I'm being a little bit, but I think so. Honestly, I think the French people, when they get into like Love Hina, whatever, they're like, yeah, this makes sense. Like they're like, let's go, yeah. They're like, there's no hill for them to go over. They're just like, yeah. This is exactly what I want, you know. They're very used to that kind of like etchy jokes, yeah. Etchy jokes are much more common in European comics. The Americans, yeah, much more so. I mean, honestly, I would say that some Belgian comics are even more etchy, right, than Japanese stuff. So they're very, very etchy. They're like crazy etchy. I got some really weird error, you know. A driver error. Restart to repair driver errors. You don't see that every day? No. Click that driver errors. Okay, put on the stream soon then. That sounds bad. Like drivers? I haven't seen that kind of error in years, man. Maybe it's because the internet crashed earlier. Maybe they stopped some update or something. You know what? When I think about it, when the internet died, my PC said, oh, I want to do like a reboot or something later on, because I didn't have internet for like 4 hours or whatever, right? Maybe try to update during that time. I didn't think about it. That's probably why the driver now is bad. But anyway, sorry about that, but yeah. The Gits manga. That's himself. Oh yeah, Pokemon is of course censored. Pokemon is like for children, man. You gotta censor Pokemon, it's for children, yeah. But I mean, I have my own rift with Pokemon all the time, right? You know, how Ash never got married or whatever. It was nice seeing Ash finally win, but yeah, I got my grief with the whole Ash like, oh, he finally won after like, why didn't he win the year before when he had a better team and so on? I don't know, but it is interesting that in the Pokemon manga, yeah, Jessie and James are married and have children and so on. Yeah, it's way more advanced, and the manga is way more advanced. But yeah, you gotta read some French comics. I mean, I made a video about Torgal, right, a few months ago. Torgal is my favorite French, or it's Belgian then. It's literally Belgian, but yeah, it's in French. Yeah, Belgian French comic called Torgal, which I made a video about 2-3 months ago, right? That's my favorite French comic, so I recommend the most. It's about a Viking that is badass. No, but it's like a Viking storyline with a lot of magic and fantasy, right, and sci-fi stuff. But basically, Torgal is a guardian. You know, they find him as like the Moses child, right? You know, in the water kind of thing, right? And they raise him as a Viking, but he's actually a non-Viking then, of course. But everyone else is a Viking, right? And he's kind of like ostracized and so on, right? But he's this badass warrior, and you know, he fights a lot of weird mythological stuff and so on. It's a hard comic book to explain Torgal, because it's either like historical, it's like Vinland Saga, you know, like Viking guys in a war or whatever, for like 3-4 chapters or whatever, right? 3 arcs. And the next arc is like, oh, this guy is a magical dragon. So it's very weird, because that storyline is like 50% Viking drama, right? And 50% like, oh, now Nidhuggen has a evil plan in space or something. Yeah, so it's really weird, because and it's not really back and forth. It's more like depending on what arc it is. Yeah, who is the antagonist basically, right? But it is a really really good story. It's very beautiful. Torgal looks beautiful. It's like a beautiful painting every page. It's like this very very famous art, right? The whole the art of it. Cyberpunk. Well, it can be so many though. It's a tale, yeah. It can be any anime too. Cyberpunk. I think of like Valentine and so on. But I hear Cyberpunk. But it could be almost anything, yeah. Cyberpunk. It's too broad, I think. I don't know. I'm thinking about the classic Valentine. You mean Torgal? Is it Kona? Torgal is more like Berserk than anything. I always compare it to Berserk Torgal. It's like the Belgian version of Berserk. It's very, very. Everyone gets art. It's a lot of art, yeah, but it's like Berserk, you know. It's a lot of violence. Everyone dies. A lot of etched stuff. It got like this medieval feel to it, but sometimes it's demons and magic, right? Just like Berserk, that sometimes it's like we're gonna fight this knight guys. It's a fight, right? And then the next arc is like here comes the demons, and suddenly it's magical, right? So it's kind of like that, where every second arc is like a magical arc, and the other arcs are like just medieval time in Europe, right? And then my favorite though was when you go to South America. It goes kind of crazy midway through in Torgal, and they travel to South America and fight with like the Amazons or whatever. No, but it's kind of the fight with the Native Americans in this like massive war, because it's a guy that has created like a country, I guess, in South America, jungles, like in Brazil or whatever. The fight. That's the best arc though. That arc is fantastic. It's like an amazing arc with the character and the backstory and the powers and everything. It's really interesting. I'll not spoil too much. Basically, it's like, you know, South America, right? Native American, Aztecs or whatever, but they have slightly better technology. So what they have is like they're living in the Amazon or whatever, right? But they have like, you know, fantasy airships, like the floating airships. So they kind of have a little higher technology than they should have, because of the ruler. He's just like Torgal is not from that place, right? So he's kind of giving them better technology, slightly better technology. So they have this kind of weird like Aztec Empire kind of thing going on, and they're gonna go and kill the king and so on. It's a really really interesting arc. Yeah, French comic aside. I mean, it's just like I don't know, you know, it's so many cyberpunk. You know what I mean? It's so many cyberpunk girls, right? With with a tail. Yeah. I don't know. Let's say like Belgium, Franco. I can take a quick check. Nathan Never is the first thing I guess when I Google it. If I Google, I mean, you would imagine you could find like a list or something of Franco comic sci-fis. The Quarant. Here we go. Metal Hurland. There's one thing called Metal Hurland. That people are saying it might be. I haven't read it. But that is what I'm getting here. It's supposed to be the older cyberpunk French comic. Metal Hurland. I don't know what that word means. Hurland. I posted in the chat. You can, maybe it's this comic book. Metal Hurland. Maybe that one. Maybe. I read a lot of French comics, right? But I haven't read the oldest ones, I feel. Probably. That's older than me, that one. Like too old. But that's what I got when I googled Franco comics first, blah blah, and so on. But I don't know, think about my rant. I probably want to stay for more like 40 more minutes, I was thinking. But, yeah, that makes sense to have an English title soon, right? It makes sense to have an English title. But that's the thing. That's the thing too, right? You know, you have a lot of English titles, right? They have all comic books. That's an issue for me as well. I read a lot of comic books in different languages. Some are read in Swedish, some in Norwegian, some in French, some in English. And sometimes I'm just like, oh, this thing is called this thing in this language, but I'm not really sure what it is in that language. Sometimes I get into that. I'm just like, yeah, let Petet Spirura, I think so, yeah, Young Spirou, yeah. You get into that, like, I think this is what it's called. I gotta translate it to your language, something. It's, oh man, I see it says as a Funimation on this Dragon Ball. Oh my god. It says from Funimation. I got this from my coworker, okay? And now we got an ads coming soon, you guys. We gotta have ads, man. YouTube, man. I don't know how to, I don't know, honestly, I don't care about this stuff. I just admit it, that I don't really like follow that, how often you have ads or whatever. I just let YouTube do what they want with that, honestly. Honestly, yeah. I always let YouTube do like, okay, you do what you want, YouTube. You can just do it. I want to go back to this thing, it's beautiful. Or look at it. Best Zelda game ever. Yeah. I'm disappointed that everyone else is streaming this, whatever it's called, Tears of Paradise or whatever, right? Where you can play this game instead, CD Zelda, or Zelda's. Yeah, Zelda's Adventure. When finally Zelda is the main character and Link is thrown out, man. Finally, it's time already, man. Girl power. Okay, it's not Metal Hurt. Well, I don't know. I don't remember too many cyberpunk French comics. But you know, you might have seen what's called now, Fifth Element, alright? Maybe it's based on that one. Fifth Element, of course, is a very, you know, classic movie, right? But Fifth Element is based on like a classic Belgian French comic, right? So that might be what it is, maybe, whatever that original title is. That wouldn't be too impossible if you have it in English. Given that most aren't released, right, in America or all the countries outside Europe, basically. Maybe. Yeah, you got the ads. You gotta live through the ads. You gotta pay my mortgage, you know. Man, this week, right? Yeah, this week I have to pay my freaking taxes. I always say this thing, but that's when you know you're an adult, right? You have to pay taxes. Yeah, you have to pay taxes. I mean, you have to sit there and do all your taxes. That's the real. No, I'm an adult and I have to pay taxes. That's the real adult thing. And especially this year, we have to pay taxes to them, right? Usually, I'm used to. I mean, I pay taxes in many countries, but I'm used to that in Sweden that you get money back, right? They overtax you, so they owe you money back. That's usually how it is in Sweden. But this year, I had to pay them money back. So I was like. I was like, no. That's when you really feel like you're an adult. When you have to give them money back, right? Best Zelda game. For me, it's probably Ocarina of Time still, maybe? Breath of the Wild. I think Ocarina of Time is probably the biggest one for me. Especially from like a cultural standpoint. You know, a lot of games are cultural, right? But I really think Ocarina of Time is like the really classic one where everything kind of just came together, right? And was so important as a game. Link to the Past was big too, but honestly, I don't think Link to the Past was as all it's important because Link to the Past was like a very good game to SNES, but I don't feel like it ever moved anyone. Like it didn't move like the culture to it, whatever. People liked it, you know what I mean? But Ocarina of Time was like a massive thing. Like everyone thought about it for months, for years, right? It was like the biggest thing ever when I was a kid. Maybe I was a teenager, whatever, yeah. Like, Ocarina of Time was a massive, massive title. And I felt that a lot of people like, you know, I gotta buy a 64 to play that game, right? Where I never heard anyone say, I gotta buy a Zelda for SNES, you know, for Link to the Past. Even though, of course, Link to the Past is a very good game too, but it wasn't actually that. I think that game is probably looked more favorably upon afterward, like a timeless classic, Link to the Past. But when it was new, it was just a very good game. Where I think that Ocarina of Time was like probably the best Zelda game. Especially from when it was made, right? I always feel that when people ask me, "What's your favorite game?" or whatever, what's the best game in that thing? I think it's always important thing about what year was made, right? Because for me, it's always like, well, yeah, sure, that game is way bigger or whatever, but that game is made like 20 years later. I think you have to always consider like when was the game produced or whatever. How amazing was that game when it was new, right? So that's probably like a time for me, but I think of a lot of example of it, but it's like you can find a lot of games I feel that in today's standard aren't that impressive, you know what I mean? Maybe the size or whatever, right? But when they were new, they were like, oh my god, I can't believe it's this big or whatever. Oh my god, there's so much bosses or whatever. Yeah, like it's one of those things, right? Where it's easy now then to just kind of bloat stuff as well, right? But yeah, Majora's Mask is interesting, right? But Majora's Mask doesn't feel like a Zelda game. It is something else. Majora's Mask is very different with all the time traveling and looping this and so on. I mean, that's like another genre, like stuck in it's like R0, stuck in a time loop. Stuck in that time loop, you know? Like yeah, Majora's Mask is like, it's very good, but I don't find it as a Zelda game, because it's kind of like, it's like playing something else. It's like playing, like, for example, what's it called again? 30 Sentinel, you know? You're in a time loop, you have to figure out the correct order of stuff and so on. Which of course is like an actual good gameplay, right? Same thing with like what's called Radiata Stories, Historia, and so on, right? They also have like time loop, and they're like Suikoden / time loop and so on. So yeah, you have those games, right? But but I don't think they maybe are the same. I don't know. It's interesting. Those games are yeah, they're quite different in that sense. Link's Awakening, of course, is, I mean, it's like a classic. Maybe it's like the perfection of the. But actually, the thing is that I kind of like, you know, Link between different worlds. You know, I kind of like Link between different worlds. Yeah, kind of like the remake of Link to the Past, because that game is like a better version of Link to the Past, arguably. You just take what Link to the Past had and just make it better. It's more puzzles, and interesting dynamic with the painting thing. Perhaps. Maybe. But it's always hard talking about SNES games, because SNES has so many good games, right? And for me, the best SNES game is probably Seiken 3, right? There's so many good SNES games. SNES is like the ultimate game machine, right? It has like so many incredibly good titles. And they really also stand against the test of time, right? Just like this game here. It really, like, you know, it still looks perfectly fine, right? After 20 years later. Where I think games after SNES, right? They don't do that, because then they start to be 3D, right? Of course, you have games like Suikoden and so on, which are still like 2D, even if it's PlayStation 1 or whatever, 2 as well. But that the sprite games of SNES, right? They still like kind of stand the time changes so big. So like Chrono Trigger and so on as well, right? So that I think is a huge thing as well there. But yeah, Majora's Mask is like, we're gonna cycle this thing, we're gonna do this thing and so on. It's really interesting. Like, it's a really interesting game, right? It's a very different game than Majora's Mask. Very hard getting all the masks and so on. But I mean, like I said, I think it's a really good game, but it's probably the least Zelda-like game, right? That or Zelda 2, right? Yeah, maybe, I guess Zelda. Yeah, I mean, this is... I don't really count this game, I guess. The ultimate Zelda game, Zelda CD, Zelda's Awakening, yeah. Now, I don't know, it's like, Majora's Mask is very good, but it's just a different gameplay, right? Yes, it has the basic Ocarina of Time gameplay, right, with the mechanics and so on. But of course, the most of the gameplay of Majora's Mask is the actual, like, how do I figure out the mask paths and so on. That's the actual thing. It isn't so much focused on, like, the dungeons or whatever. That's like a side thing. that's like something else, right? But yeah, it was good. Best Zelda game. I don't know, man. It's like it's hard, right? It's hard to pick the best Zelda game. But I would say the best Zelda game is CD. Yeah, CD Zelda. I haven't even played it, but I'm just assuming it's the best game ever. Look at the graphics, man. These graphics are timeless, right? Look at Zelda's smile over there. It's timeless. Illusion of Gaia. That's like a really random joke, though. I don't know. Illusion of Gaia, I feel it's. Of course, I played it, but that's not something game you people should not throw out there. real-time role-playing game. I don't know. It lacks the party though. It lacks like the party dynamic. Have you ever played 7 Sega for that matter? I started playing 7 Sega again just before Fire Emblem this year. And it's like the hardest game ever. I started playing it for some reason for the 10th time. And I was like, why do I torment myself with 7 Sega? 7 Sega is like this. I would argue that 7 Sega is the hardest SNES game. Or at least the hardest role-playing SNES game at least. It is ridiculously hard. And I feel that everyone loves it that have played it. Because it's one of those games that's like impossible to beat basically. So everyone's like, yeah, it's a classic. It's so hard. Oh no, I remember, oh god, I started playing 7 Sega, yeah, like this January for like a week or something after work, and I was like, why am I playing this game for? Like, why am I back here? I hate myself, right? Why am I playing this game for? I've beaten it like twice already, right? But I'm like, oh god, it's so painful. Every enemy, you have to like grind in the first village. So, if you haven't played 7 Sega, everyone, it's like the most ridiculous role-play game ever, right? So when you leave your village, you go outside the first village, I got Leia or something like that. Leia or something, the city of Leia or whatever. You go out the village, right? And you die basically immediately for the first enemy. You can't fight anything. So you go to the first cave, you will die absolutely. It's impossible to like defeat. And I'm talking about the random enemies. I'm not talking about the boss, right? I'm just talking about like the random stuff that exists in the world, right? So first thing you do, right, when you play 7 Sega, is that you go out of the village, like one step, right? Then you stand there, like the enemies aren't random encounter-ish, like an radar thing. So you look at the radar, you stand there, and you just let them come to you, right? And then you just kill the enemy. It's kind of like the new Isekai. You stand there at the edge of the city, and you fight the enemy, and then you beat like maybe 2 enemies, then you go in, sit and heal, and you go out again. And you do that for like 3 hours, and then you go to the first cave. That game is ridiculous. People are like Elden Ring and the Soul games. You haven't been where I've been in 7 Sega Hell, man. That game is so hard, you have to like grind for like 10 hours before you can beat the first boss basically. It is so ridiculous, that game. It is. And I read somewhere that the American version is much harder or something like that. It's like the Japanese version apparently is easier. Something like that. For once, usually they nerf it all the way around, right? It'd be easier. But I think in 7 Sega, for whatever reason, they were like, oh, we're gonna make it a little more, value for your dollars. We're gonna make it much harder. I think 7 Sega is harder. It's something like that. Something like the game is harder in the US version. But I don't know why for some reason it is. Man, this guy's lying to him. It's as hard as Chrono Trigger. Are you crazy, man? This game is like 10 times harder. Here we go. Here's like 11 years ago. Here's someone's review. This game is brutal. 7 Sega. The original game is crazy. Oh, here we go. The original game in Japanese was too easy. So they made it much harder outside Japan, yeah. They made it so brutal. Like every enemy has like 10 times more stats something. It's something crazy because people did it easy in Japan for some reason. They were like, that's too easy. Let's make everything 10 times harder. Exactly. The only way to play is on power level constantly. Yeah. It's an amazing game. It actually is probably one of the worst games. Brandish. I play that game? SNES. I'm thinking of Firebrand. What? Is it Firebrand? Brandish. Huh. It's not one of these, okay, like the Danganronpa games. Yeah, the cover art interesting. It's like a waifu flying. Something. Especially in the second version. It's like a waifu floating in front of a dragon. Very interesting cover art. Yeah. Wow, this cover art of the TV shows. He's like she's standing there with her very hot hands, to speak. Man, what a weird art this game has. Who has made this art? It looks like a man or something. Man, this art is crazy. Who has made Branded? Who has made the art? Who is the artist? It looks like Amano. Isutoshi. It looks like crazy. I think I have seen his Itoshi. I think I've seen his S-Girl. I think I've read this one. Yeah. This I read, man. I think it's familiar. I was like, oh yeah, this one I read. Yeah. This one I read. This one. Yeah. With like the purple hair Gerudo character. Exactly. This one I recognize. I have read his other stuff. Not the game, but yeah, I recognize his art. I was like, man, I recognize his art. Isotoshi. Yeah, I recognize the art. I was like, man, this artist, I definitely read this guy's work. Or seen in other game, yeah. My god. There was some crazy art in that box there. But 7 Sega is a 7 runes slot, right? It's just like a rune slab or something. But yeah, in 7 Sega you pick 7. You pick one of 7 characters because of the game, right? You pick one of the 7 playable characters. They're all shit though. No, but like it's kind of funny too. They are not equally good at all. No. It's not bad for a second either. It's a very weird game because you have like 7 characters, like 50 of them are terrible bad. Yeah. So you have a robot. He's a really OP because he has no items. So he scales better. He levels up harder, right? Same thing with the alien guy. He has like 1 weapon. But he's like a paladin that is really terrible. He gets like somewhat heal. It's like a dwarf guy that's somewhat defensive or whatever. It's just like really weird game. But basically you have your 7 characters, right? You play one of them. And then you can also take one of the other one into your team. And that actually makes the game have high replayability, right? Because you can play the game as like the robot and the alien, and then you can play the game as, I don't know, the elf girl and the priest or whatever, you know, which is a terrible team because they have 2 healers. But you can you can play different combos, and some combos you can't do. Like you can't play the demon and like the priest or whatever because they hate each other. So some people will also try to kill you and so on. Yeah, you can't team up with some of the other heroes because they hate you. They're not really heroes, I guess. But they are said to be 7 heroes, but I don't think the demon guy and the alien are very heroic. But yeah. So that also why I remember that game, because you can replay it, and also you can easily get stuck with a terrible companion, which you can't change. If you beat the game, you don't beat the game, you actually get like a secret half more game, and then your companion is stuck with you for like 10 more hours, so you're like, oh my god, I got the wrong companion for this part of the game. It's this, yeah, you lose all your powers, I get spoiled, but it's the worst thing ever, because basically when you beat the game, you lose all your powers, you go back to level 1 again, you have to replay the whole game basically, without all the extra powers, and you have to only keep your companion you had until that moment, so you're stuck with like the wrong combo with no powers. It's the weirdest game ever, and that's why it's so hard. But yeah, Ludus Wars definitely looks similar to Brandish, yeah. But that was some really fiery art though, yeah. The Japanese Brandish 2, that was like, wow, that looks... can you have that on a box art? That was like, is that legal? No, but that looked crazy, man. Anyway, I'm gonna turn off the stream now, guys. Didn't play much Zelda. No, I could have kept playing, but think that I could easily play Zelda, right? While talking. I think the Zelda streams, in my opinion, are pretty nice because the game is most of the time kind of chill, you know, right? And you can just kind of play it and, you know, talk and, you know, rant about Vogue or whatever, right? So I kind of like the way this Zelda in that way because it gives me more, you know, I can sit and rant or whatever. No, but the point, I can talk more, right, so to speak. If I play another game, maybe like Elden Ring, it's more like, oh, don't die, you know. It's kind of like that. You can definitely make a party of all white mages in 7 Sega. Yeah, you can play as in 7 Sega you can play as the white mage elf girl and the white mage priest guy. It's by far the worst team in the game, maybe. So they're the worst team because they can both buff each other, so they actually get some more stats. The worst team is actually probably to have 2 physical guys that can't do any magic. Yeah, I think they're a worst team to have. I think the worst team in that game, as many other games, is actually not 2 white mages. It's like 2, you know, warriors kind of thing, right? Where both characters can use punch hard, and they have no buffs and no debuffs. Because eventually the game gets so hard, right, that you can't overcome it by just punching it. You have to like debuff the enemies. So I think that game actually is, yeah, especially that game, because you get these runes which you can buff yourself up. It's like you know, attack buff and so on. But then when you lose all your powers after you beat the game, and the game gets much harder, then you don't have any magic anymore, right? Or you don't have your runes anymore. Then the warrior guys are really terrible, right? So actually, 2 white mages is actually definitely more playable, actually. Earthbound is a very weird game too, though. Earthbound is so weird. The Earthbound is just so weird. You know, playing as a kid, you were like, "This is the weirdest game ever." Yeah, you were like, well, it's like a JRPG in a city or something, and this guy is like, they're throwing food at me and candy. Man, the Earthbound or Mother, right, as it's called in Japanese, yeah, much better name called Mother. Because this is really weird thing. It isn't the last dungeon of a woman or something. It's really weird. The whole thing is just very strange. Earthbound is definitely like, it's like a weird game. You play it. I've beaten it, right? Of course, the first game, and you basically don't understand what's happening, right? And then you see someone on YouTube doing like a 3-hour video explaining all the details. You're like, oh, is that what that meant? Oh, it's a woman. Oh, see, it's like that thing. You watch someone else explain it to you. Like 10 years later, you remember Earthbound? That boss over there is actually your mom. You're like, what? There's that kind of feel to it. Someone has to go in there and like explain all the details to you, like way later, because it's such a weird game that you're like, I don't really remember it. I played as a kid, right? So you probably didn't even understand half the storyline. Yeah, I don't think Earthbound. Earthbound is a game, as you say, probably not a game where actually sold well at all. Probably not actually popular for a second, I think, when it was new. Setting in Europe, I don't think anyone really played it, but it's like a weird game. It's just a weird game that, of course, is a cult classic, right? So I feel a lot of people have played it afterwards. You know what I mean? They played it like 10 years later. I think it's a game that almost no one played when it was released, and then most people played it after YouTube, whatever. They saw someone on YouTube or something like that talking about it. Oh, this is the weirdest game ever. And then they went to play it, right? Like way later. It feels like a game that, yeah, people picked it up much later and played it after it was released, probably. That would be my guess with the Earthbound. It's one of those like cult classic, right? Redo Healer, but he doesn't heal people. He like destroys them. Redo Healer, man, Jesus Christ, man, that's a comedy anime. Oh, Redo Healer is fun, man. Redo Healer is so fun. That's also one of the things that I think that, you know, talking about earlier, react challenge, right? Like Maddening and so on, yeah. They sit there screaming and all that stuff, right? You know, they can't accept it, you know. I'm watching Redo Healer with a genuine interest in his healing magic, you know. I'm not watching it for the shock value. I'm watching it for the genuine interest in healing. I'm there for the actual plot, you know. No, but I think it's fun, honestly, because I look at those people's videos, right? And I see them sit there screaming, oh my god, Kaioru is so mean and all stuff, you know. And they are screaming, right? Then I look at my video, and I am sitting there, like, trying to break it down, like, oh, interesting, he's doing this thing. And I'm sitting there, like, taking it seriously, you know what I mean? I feel like I'm the only person that will watch an anime, like, Redo Healer, and of course I will also scream and say, oh my god, it's crazy, whatever, right? But then let's have a review where I try to, like, break it down, you know, and the logic of it, and discussing the strategy and whatever, yeah. Like, I actually take it seriously. Like, okay, I'm gonna try to analyze this behavior, right? I feel everyone else is just screaming, and they have, like, no intelligence behind it. I don't know, but I feel it's just, like, it's so easy, I feel, to make a video when you scream, right? Where you're just like, it's so blah, you know. And I'm just like, no, let me discuss this scene here, right, you know? Oh, yeah. The actual, you have the guidebook. You need a guidebook for Mother, though. You need a guidebook. You're like, oh, where should I go now? I have to buy this candy and do this thing and so on. Oh, I see. Yeah, it's one of those really weird games. We basically needed a guidebook to understand what's happening in the game, right? But anyway, before I forget, sorry, I was gonna do probably a Super Mario video later today, maybe, yeah. Because I love Super Mario, right? And I saw they were making a new video, I think. And I enjoyed that last time. Like I did my first like Super Mario review, whatever, right? People do this like musical reaction reviews, right? And Super Mario does this really cool like anime, you know, it's like an anime fight, right? And then it's the music, she's singing, whatever, right? So yeah, I hope that might be later today. I saw it in my YouTube kitchen now, in a few hours from now. No, you need all the women though. No. You need every woman, man. You can't just kill all of them, man. But yeah, he had a gender bender woman too, right? Is that what you mean? No, but he had like the gender bender. He had the guard guy, and so on. Yeah. That is crazy. Oh my god, the anime manga is crazy. But the best part of it though, have you seen it with Anime Man at Joey? That's the best part, right? When he interviews the author, he's there in a fox suit. That's the best part. He's like a furry, no, but he doesn't show. He want to show who he is, right? So he's like interviewing him, and he's in a full furry suit. That's the best part, man. I think that's the best part. He's gonna do an interview. He also wrote the course assassination, whatever guy, right? Isekai OP, Isekai OP guy, right? And he's like, you're gonna interview him, and he's like, okay, let's do it. And he goes in like a fox suit, and this is like, yeah, that guy, man, that's the best part. He has to do interviews in like a complete fox suit, like he doesn't show his face and so on. I think that's the funniest part ever. What if I have it in my computer? Fox, maybe. I don't still have too many foxes on my. Maybe. Here, I got it. Here we go. There it is. Yeah, the fox suit. This is the author of Rido Healer. Yeah, but but it's also a thing, right? People love to sit there and discuss how much they love strategy guides, right? Yeah. How they used to love strategy guides as well, right? How they also was much better in the past as well, right? They were more fun and so on, yeah. But yeah, that's the author, man. Best author ever, guys. I'll leave it at that, guys. Take a few hours break, and then, yeah, maybe Sotomayor. I'm not sure exactly what it will be, right? And then we've Vinland Saga, and then also, of course, Isekai Harem King, right? Because I love that anime. It's just a crazy anime. I don't know how you're gonna watch it, man. You should watch it, bro. I think it's awesome because it's, of course, he's the Harem King, right? Then the man that watches every Harem anime ever. He's in again, another anime, the Harem King. Belkun is back, right? And it's like every episode's like event flag. It's like, oh no, my girlfriend is stuck in the bathroom in the fire. I gotta stop the fire. It's like every episode, oh no, someone's robbing the old lady. I gotta save that. Oh no, yeah, it's like every episode is like 10 event flags. It's hilarious. It's like it's comedy gold. It's comedy gold. One thing I say in my last rant bit here, though. One thing I will say at my last rant bit is that am I the only one? And I say it every week, I guess. People hate it for me. Am I the only one that don't like Vinland Saga that much, right? I'm a Viking, right? I'm a Swedish guy doing Vinland Saga, and I enjoy it. You know what I mean? Kjetil was a very good seamless episode, but I think that Vinland Saga is pretty bad written right now. Like in the sense that, okay, I say the last here, I'm in the rant here, okay? Vinland Saga is like 10 minutes of Thorfinn and Einar discussing the same thing again for like the 50 times, okay? They're like, oh, Vinland, oh, best of fist or whatever, right? It's so boring. It's the exact same dialogue like every episode. And then something really brutal happens, right? Something cray happens where, you know, stuff is death or whatever, right? And then it's like 10 more minutes of like talking about stuff. And then it's like 5 minutes of Berserk. It's just like the anime feels really weird. We half the episode are boring almost, right? But I feel like, what is this thing? And then it's like 5 minutes of just crazy brutality. And then it's like, okay, now it's really boring again. The anime is just like really weird. Because I don't think there's like some animes, right? The kind of the calmer bits, right? Can be funny or entertaining or deep meaning or whatever. But in Vinland Saga, I think it's so bland. So it's just like, oh, like just carry itself for a second. The discussion about war or something is so boring. And there's sort of basic viewpoint of it. And also it's the same discussion for like the whole season, every episode. I don't know. But Vinland Saga to me is weird. Because it's always like, yeah, every episode has one scene which is really good. And then the rest is kind of like, okay. But yeah, that's the big oppa lady, right? Yeah, exactly. The lady with powerful oppas. Yeah, exactly. Oh, yeah, I'm thinking that, yeah. She's like, you know, famous oppa lady, yeah. She's pretty short, right? I think she's short. Yeah, exactly. She's very short, right? 4'11", yeah. So I'm like half a meter almost. Yeah, she's very short and she got massive oppas, right? But maybe she has tiny oppas then, right? Maybe they're tiny then. Maybe they're just big because she's very tiny, yeah. Maybe it looks big on her. But maybe the total size, they're actually pretty tiny. Have you thought about that? Did I break your mind now? Maybe she's actually quite tiny, right? Because her body is very tiny. Yeah, there's some anime time. Well, anyway, guys, thanks for stopping by. My rant, right? I could have done playing the game though. No, but the game was weird, right? And you know what it is? I would have to sit there, like, press the button back and forth. And I was like, oh, I'm so tired of it. After the internet died for a few hours, I was like, oh, whatever. Okay, now the capture card is weird because the internet died for a few hours. You know what I mean? The driver died, I guess, during the internet time. So yeah, so I was like, whatever. Let me just like do the stream at least for a while at least. But yeah, I can't be the only one, right? I think the villain isn't just pretty okay, right? Yeah. Yeah, like, it's pretty okay. Because I'm just like, I see people doing this, like, you know, voting on Twitter, right? And villains winning, not every time, but I saw people doing that yesterday. And some guys polls. How is it winning? I was like, they have like Gundam and villains. Or like Gundam, every episode in Gundam is freaking it's like gold, man. Every episode is Soletta and Miorin is like freaking gold, right? Demon Slayer is okay, like maybe the storylines are the best, right? But amazing fights and amazing yeah. Amazing action all the time, right? Etc. And I'm watching Villain being like, oh my god, this is like bored. This is so boring. Half the episode. I'm just like, oh my god. And it's also historically inaccurate. It bugs me too, I guess, because it's also very historically inaccurate. The latest episodes. That also bothers me. I have to admit, though, it does bother me a lot. That it's like, oh, that would never happen. Like last episode has been incredibly historically inaccurate for like 3-4 episodes in a row now. Nothing makes much sense for this, like the rebel thing with on Haida and so on. It's just like I don't know. Maybe it just looks bigger. Okay, it's just you're very delayed now. I think the whatever probably the internet earlier. Yeah, I mean obviously you're probably a few minutes delayed, but no. I think she's just really normal size. It just looks big. I'll say it's the last word though. That's an interesting, right? That's the last thing here. It's the truth, though. Is that, you know, a lot of, at least male stars, right? You know, a lot of male, so to speak, powerful stars, they are usually actually pretty short, right? Because usually, this is not, of course, like, on average, right? A man's, a man's sword, so to speak, right? Is actually roughly the same size, no matter how tall or big a man is, right? So to speak. So short guys roughly have the same size, right? Given like, you know, their other spectrum, like, you know, food and race and all that sort of, right? But you know what I mean? Like, otherwise, in their, so to speak, country or whatever, right? Height doesn't actually impact that, or fat or whatever. So a lot of stars are actually quite short, yeah, in the movies, right? Because if they're short, they actually have, you know. They actually have, it looks bigger on them, right? And I wonder if oppais are the same thing. That the size of an oppai for a lady might be the same, no matter, I mean, at average, I mean, you know, regardless of their height, right? Might be the same, like the swords are, maybe. And that's why shorter girls looks, probably. There might be a thing, honestly. But yeah, I mean, Trigon is much better. But yeah, I got a very big delay now. But it might be the settings, I don't know. Since the stream died earlier, because now it's like a really big delay. I feel it's almost weird now how the delay shouldn't be that big. It's only be like a few seconds. Whatever. Blaming it on the internet breaking, because the delay is very long now, like minutes after. But yeah, Trigon is a much better show, much better. I mean, I am disappointed in Vinland Saga, honestly, right? I don't say it near, but I am because. But yeah, but I think that, you know, being that's why I read it at least. I read it's a lot like that, like some human body parts or whatever so on, they look the same no matter how tall or fat you are or whatever. So it's actually better being short then, because it looks more, you know, comparably it looks bigger. So honestly, I guess, I mean, sure, she probably has massive oppais, absolutely. They're probably ridiculously big, right? Regardless of her height or whatever. But they probably look even bigger because she's really short, right? You know, if she was like a 2 meter tall woman with the same oppai size, it probably wouldn't probably look that big, right? So she probably looks way bigger, right? Because also she's short, right? I would guess so at least. Like her height definitely probably matters for it. Maybe, you know, like a DNA style or whatever. But anyway, are you short? Man, shorter than me? Yeah, gotta get big muscles. Yeah, good. I can flex that a bit in a Toronto video. Yeah, yeah. Every time someone is like big muscles, I'm working on that, you know, so I can do my pino dance, right? I'm talking about I can do my pino dance. She be doing the pino dance. I challenged him. It's like, come on, Shibi, do the actual dance, right? And I told him that if you get my video up, I'm gonna do the actual dance, you know, and I'd be like, ugh. I don't know if you can do it. Maybe I could done it. Honestly, my abs are pretty good. You know, I am an obsessed ab guy, right? So my abs are pretty big, right? You know, very important for me to have big abs, right? Talk about abs all the time, you know. But I love it though. I always get called fat, right? In every goddamn stream, right? Or almost every video, people get angry call me fat, and I'm just like, no, I'm big boned, guys. I'm not fat. But seriously, right? No, I'm not fat. I'm just like a bodybuilder. I have a very high BMI because I exercise every day. I go to the gym every day, right? But it's like, yeah, of course I look pretty big and I sit down like that because, you know, I got a pretty big upper body, right? Yeah, of course. So it's like, yeah, well, obviously. But it's kind of funny. But I am disappointed though. I see several people do that PO dance from Ushunukoi, and no one is doing it with their muscles. No, everyone is doing it in like the, you know, they're fully dressed, right? If I was to do the PO dance, I would have gone full out, man. I would have gone full out. I would get the chicken face on, and I would have done the full things. But yeah. That's a good point. She's exactly like Usagi-chan. Of course she is. Yeah, Usagi-chan and her has the same sizes. Usagi is also very tiny and very big. She's the real life Usagi. Does she have her own senpai too? She's like, this is my senpai. But that's true, yeah. They have the same sizes. Yeah. But I mean, of course, Usagi is is a realistic character. She isn't even. I mean, she's big, but she isn't like impossibly big. Of course not. She isn't like impossibly big. She's just big, right? It's like me, you know. Yeah, let's go to the gym, man. So the gym earlier today, right? So. But anyway, yeah. Should take a break here. Push the Mario. Time stepping by, bro. I probably. I don't know. I've seen tomorrow. I don't know. Zelda, I don't know. Zelda, I feel like a game you can stream forever, right? In that sense, right? But I do want to make another video talking about more the dungeon. I would say this thing, right? If you go back in this stream, yes, you can check out some mail here, maybe some work, maybe. That's a joke. Well, a little bit. But what was I saying? Yeah, having high BMI is the excellent body part, man. I always know people say that I haven't been sick in like 15 years, but my BMI is like 40, right? You have to, you're a big Swedish man, you know. Then it works pretty well. You're like, well, of course I have BMI, man. I'm like twice. It's like it goes like 3 Japanese men on me, you know. Yeah, I'm like. It's like my body weight is like the average, like the average Japanese man times 3, you know. You got a lot of men on me, man. But anyway. Then say goodbye, bro. I think I should break it. I don't know. So the Mario. I was thinking about for this mail. Yo! I was thinking about. Now I was saying that it's weird how. Yeah, my last point I want to say before I forget, was it said that the boss fight was actually pretty good, I felt. Much better, yeah. If I have to stop it here with some Zelda comments here. Yeah, the boss fight was much better. Did this Temple stream here. I felt the boss fight was severely better in this game actually than in Breath of the Wild, right? Breath of the Wild are pretty uninteresting bosses, and this game had a lot more interesting bosses, definitely. I'll say so easily. There you go. But anyway, guys, enough of the stream now, right? Become a longer than I planned to. But actually, it's pretty roughly what I had planned until the internet broke. There was more like a frustrating thing, of course. That was so weird. I'll say that again, it's really empty zero. There's something YouTube had to fix though, okay? So, internet died, right? In again, my whole neighborhood. And that's, of course, it's not Google's fault, obviously not. But, for some reason, you can't turn it off with your phone. I don't get that, right? That is something YouTube had to fix. That is really, really weird, right? So, because I can, of course, log in with my phone, right? I can comment, I can go into my own channel, I can, turn it on, like I can remove videos from my own channel, right? Remove, edit, and so on, right? So I can edit videos, right? With my phone, right? Standard, phone, whatever, right? but I couldn't edit a live stream. Really, really weird. Definitely something YouTube has to check in how to make that happen, right? Because I could go to my own live stream, so I could like comment on it, right? Say, oh, sorry, internet died, you know, PC died, or whatever, yeah. I can say we have to reboot, blah, blah, so, right? But I couldn't actually say, oh, okay, internet died here in the neighborhood. It will probably be a few hours, so I'm just gonna turn off the stream, whatever, yeah. You can't do that from the phone. Or at least I haven't figured out how to do it. But I figured out that if you do a normal live stream, right? If you go into YouTube and you live stream, you know, from the phone, so to speak. Like I'll do an active live stream with the phone. Then of course you can do it. But then you have to start the live stream with the phone, right? But if you start the live stream with the PC, I don't know how the phone can help you. It's really weird. So that's something they should definitely probably check into, honestly. It's actually strange to me. I can't turn it off right. But yeah, that is something I said earlier too. Yeah, I do think that one of the weakest part of Breath of the Wild, which is a weak part of Breath of the Wild, is that the bosses are boring. There's so nothing burgers too. It's like Ganon's evil aura armor thing. It's just boring. In this game instead, I want to see one boss so far. I guess a real boss, but this is like some kind of undead insect monster, and it looks like an actual monster, right? But yeah, it's really weird. But it's not, of course, my stream has an issue. You should point out, this is just a Google YouTube thing, right? You know, that you can't control your stream with your phone, basically. Which is really weird, right? It seems like an open issue too, because I can't be the first person that has to have like, oh no, my PC died during mid-stream, you know. I want to edit it or something, or do this thing with my phone. Yeah, I definitely not the first person to have a stream break because the internet died or because the PC died or whatever, right? Obviously not. It happens all the time, right? So, I mean, it has to be probably a lot of people every day happens to. So, that is a very weird thing. And it seems weird to me. Like I said, if I started the live stream on the phone, then I think you can edit it afterwards and turn it off. But not if you start on the PC, right? Very, very strange. But, well, anyway, that's it for now then. I might do Super Mario in a few hours if it's a new video. We'll see, look at it. The last time Super Mario made that really cool, like, best friend school music video. That was really cool. Love that stuff. And it is fun. You know, I think it's fun to do reaction to these, like, anime music videos, right? Well, it is an actual anime, of course. It's an actual anime. But it's like, you know, it's like a Japanese singer and you're making an anime, you know, for her song, right? You know what I mean? It's like a, you know, a short anime, basically, right? It's like an anime storyline around her song or something. I think it can be really cool sometimes. Depends, of course, but Super Mario usually has a really good ones. But anyway, guys, time to say goodbye and have a great day. See you guys with otherwise Vinland Saga then, where maybe it's war or something with Knut, maybe.